Hello everybody. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Just chilling here for a second. Trying to figure this out. Guild Wars 2? Yeah, epic. Yeah. Except I'm pretty shit. So let's all be real here. I have no knowledge of what I'm doing here. I need to be aiming it. And I have to shoot it when it's at the right angle. Oh! I think I'm shooting it too high. You suck at Guild Wars 2. But I don't want to suck.
Some of your lighthouse fuel. It's not for sale, and I doubt you can pay anything. Good point. We'll simply take it instead. In the name of science.
Ugh. I don't even know if I'm... What is this called? Stormbluff file? Okay, let's see who's in chat here. We have Party. Hello, Party. We have Sim. Hello, Sim. Ben. And Shay. Hope everyone's doing well. Epic. Hello. Ben is relaxing. Well, that makes one of us. I'm trying to figure... I just want to get this one thing done so then I can... Okay.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today I want to talk, if you don't know how to do it and if it's your first time, all you have to do is to click F, of course. And you see over here the cannon is actually aiming, like you see over here it says 1 and 3, so you have to aim, like you have to aim these guys over here at the back, the sort of targets with those two swords. So you got to make sure, see if I press 1, it goes left, if I press 3, it goes right. So you got to make sure that the cannon is straight for the target you want to hit. Now, when you press number 2, you got to hold it. So because if you just press it like that, nothing happens, right? But if, let's say I hold it like this, and then I shoot, that was too much. So you see right now, like here, boom. Ah, shit. I got to aim a little bit to the right, like no wait, like this, wait, like this, like this, like this. There you go. So here we go again, like this. Got it. See? So that's how it is. So now I have to aim the other guy over there.
Okay. All right. So I think I have to go halfway. Oh, I think I hit it. No, too low. Still too low. Okay, I got one. I'm figuring it out, chat. This is why you always go to for help. I got 2. Oh my lord. Okay, so I'm gonna go. This is why you go to YouTube. Which, by the way, says that this game design is not really helpful. And I got 3. Okay. I can leave. Wait a minute. What am I missing? Completed. 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 Oh, fuck. Okay. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna check with chat. Oh, lordy. Okay, wait 1 second. No, my levels should be good. My levels appear to be good. I don't know. I wonder if I should just move the mic really close to my mouth. Okay, so we just got to do one more thing, chat, and then we will get started. Yeah. And we're done. Nice. Is my volume better now? Yeah? Okay. I'm just gonna swim up to where the green thing is, and then I'll log out. I was in 14 earlier, but I couldn't do a ton because I was chatting. Yeah, well, my levels are up, so I don't know what it is. Don't know what it could be. We're just making two. You can see on the map there's like a little green tornado, and that is basically the MSQ, where the next section of my MSQ is going to be. So yeah. Okay. So close. Almost there. I've got to level 61 on my first character, but I'm nowhere near done my story. Like I gotta keep leveling and doing my story. But I'm getting through it. I'm getting through it. Alright. We should be getting close. Holy moly. Your progress was halted by a monk game. Yeah, there's that too. I'm going to log out over here. And then, yeah. I got the audio turned down on this game. Okay. Done and done. All right. Now my eye is on chat. Let's just check in with everybody. How is everyone's weekend been? I know that Party was napping this afternoon. I was going to nap, but I got distracted by someone. So I ended up not napping, which means hopefully I'll go to bed early. Ben says it was good, but it's over. Hello, Miro. Who was I chatting with? I was chatting with our dear friend Johnny from Discord. Talking about the game development industry. I read too much. Back to canning. So Shay is pretty busy with canning, I guess. It's canning season. Epic, I think, is out shopping. Leo ate 6 hot dogs with melted cheese. He's doing just fine. Well, good luck out there, Shay. Yeah, I will see how long I can last, everyone, because I am genuinely... I'm running on not a lot of sleep. I'm literally yawning. You might attempt ketchup. I wish I was high for that. Wow, reactions can be pretty chill. Sim, what's up? Well, are you saying rip for our stream? Rip me, yeah. Let's just say I woke up with my back kind of feeling not great. And I should have taken a nap like earlier, but I didn't. So that was also mistakes were made, but I needed some questions answered, so I was Anyhow, let's get into it, shall we? Let's get into it, everyone. I've got some stuff picked out. For some reason, Royal, I don't know if Royal is in chat. For some reason, Royal sent us this to watch. It is Mufasa, the Lion King. Do you have back problems because of the meat bags in front of your body? No. Not me. But I have very poor posture, so maybe I actually do, Leo. For me, it's my mattress. My mattress is shit. Okay, let's just watch this and see what happens.
It's time. I'll tell you a story. A story of a cub, not much bigger than you.
So just to be clear, we're not in this story?
There's a lot of stories with all of us. Tell one of those.
Long before they became legends, Mufasa and the prince who would come to be known as Scar became brothers.
Hello, what's your name?
Mufasa.
I told you to wait for me. We can't just leave him here.
Rules are rules, Taka. The king will never accept a stray.
I'm not a stray. I'm just lost.
We do not associate with outsiders. Taka is the future king. We must protect the bloodline.
But, Dad, I saved his life. I have a secret, Mufasa. I always wanted a brother. I always wanted a brother. I always wanted a brother.
Sometimes I get a scent. It's barely a trace on the wind. And it smells like home. And then it's gone.
You and Taka together, that is home. Now both of you go. find your place in the circle of life.
The circle is broken. There will be one Lion King.
Mufasa, run!
We must fight together. If we fight, we die!
Just to be clear, I never signed up for this.
I'm here to protect you, my brother.
Mufasa! This was a bad idea! We're alive! I did it! I saved us!
You were saying?
Oh, that's so stupid. I hate it. Number one, I don't like real life animal movies. Probably the only real life animal movie I really liked was Long Journey Home. I would turn the other way for a real life animal video with human voices going over it if it was its own thing. But going back and rewriting history with Scar being the true king and Mufasa being some interloper or whatever, or probably it's going to turn out that Scar's family took it's probably going to turn out that like Scar's family are usurpers and blah blah blah. I don't know. This is cringe. I think this is cringy. This is something that nobody wanted. Let's see. Mufasa's We Were Brother Once. How freaking old is Rafiki? I can't focus on the trailer. I'm just focusing on the fact that Scar sounds like a Victorian British boy that delivers newspapers. Something about the accents, African lines that studied at Oxford. The fact that Scar loved Mufasa once is heartbreaking. No, what's heartbreaking is that we had to have this film at all. I'm not a stray. Batlawar. Batlawar. I'm sorry. Always wanted to be a king. I mean brother. Long live the king. Let's make a movie about Mufasa. Let's make Mufasa an adopted lion found in a river with an Oxford accent and a nut allergy. See, this is the reason why, okay? Do you see how many people are okay with this? Chat? These are all like normies. Scar being a good lion is the plot twist I didn't expect. At least we now know why Scar wanted to be the king so bad. He was actually meant to be the king. These are like people who have drunk the Kool-Aid. There is a lot of positivity on this trailer. This is terrible. Wait, is this the villain side of things? Yeah, I guess so. The other Lion King film made $1 zillion. Of course this was going to happen. Yeah, I don't want it to happen. I'm giving it a thumbs down. There were rumors of a Scar movie as well as this. Don't get me wrong, chat, okay? I want to be all clear here. Scar was my favorite character. He had Jeremy Irons as his voice actor, and his song was bombing. His song was amazing. I didn't give a crap for Simba. I'm a pro Scar girl, but I don't want this film. The vassal of life disguises treachery. Oh wait, wrong IP. They'll make the bad guy empathetic and erase the archetypes like they did with the Rings of Power orcs. Yeah. Why is it always a predictable plotline? I don't know, Miro. What's with the voice? What's impressive to me is they have kept the comment section on. Yeah. Yeah. I loved Be Prepared. Be Prepared was the thing. This is cringe. I think it's unnecessary. I love Scar. We don't need this stupid background thing. I don't see any reasons why we would need it. But here we go. They could be, but I think it's possible, unfortunately. I think it's possible that people are that dumb. I think it's possible. So last week we were talking about Rings of Power, and chat will probably remember that I was reading off of a notes that I had written down. And so I have to be careful how I do this. Yeah, I think this should be okay. What I'll do is I'll screenshot it and then show. Okay, this is proof. I wish there was like a... Oh, and... Okay, so this is first proof. Okay. Going to my screenshots. Okay, so I started writing this on August 30th. All right, and this was done 5 days ago. So this was written before. This was written before this movie came out. And what did I write in it? I'll show you an excerpt. So this is an excerpt. And here you could see that I'm pushing back against some people, including Asmongold, talking about orcs and orc sexes. And there's I found a pushback against this conception that all orcs are male. Number 2, I talked about the loving nuclear orc family. Number 3, I talked about the need to make all villains sympathetic is a modern malady in writing, and so on and so forth. So you could see here, I was already writing stuff, and I thought I had a very, very good handle on it. And I was going to make a video. I still might. But then I found this guy. This guy summed it up really nicely. So I thought we'd watch it and, yeah, see what he said. Literally a classic. They need to destroy all good versus evil stories. Oh, that's a good point, Shay. Yeah. The original animated movie is a classic, for real. Yes, this is pre-watched. I have pre-watched this, but some of you chat may not have, and you might enjoy this. You like this channel, Miro? Yeah, I just found it, so I subbed. Yeah. Okay, so let's get into this. I liked this guy because I felt he was nuanced, and I want to kind of talk a little bit more before going on to some other topics tonight.
People are getting really mad at the Rings of Power for their depiction of orcs, especially orc families, and for good reason. This topic is more complex than what most realize, and there's a lot of fake stuff going viral now, so allow me to explain how it really is.
Yeah, so one thing I remember how I said last week, there is the side of the debate that is just as misinformed as the other side of the debate. I think both sides are not talking about this in the right way. Yeah, you're wrong, Leo. Yeah, you're actually wrong about that one. Asmongold has read Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion. Just go into his chat and ask him to start reciting the deep lore. He knows quite a bit. He knows quite a bit. He knows more than he lets on. The problem is that if you only read Lord of the Rings and only read the Silmarillion, you won't get the full context of everything else. Yeah. But he's read the Silmarillion and he read Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, obviously. Now, like Minnie, he's not the only one, by the way. He's not the only one who has this misconception. So let's look at the misconception. It sounds like a computer. He does sound like a computer.
Orcs are now depicted as loving husbands and protective fathers who don't want to go to war. What even is this show?
Okay, so we agree on this part. They were obviously not loving fathers, and there's no evidence for that. There's no evidence for orc families at all. The only mention of a father-son relation is Azog and Bolge from The Hobbit. Both appear in the film trilogy, but in the Hobbit book, only Bolge appear. But let's keep watching.
I saw this.
This is a real scene in an unfortunately very real show.
We are safe here. We have a home. Must we go to war again?
Trust me, my son, when I tell you that we will never truly be safe until we've made certain Sauron is no more.
As you will it, Lord Father.
Every time I see this scene, I want to laugh. It's just so cringe.
Okay, so let's address this. The whole scene is made up fan fiction by Amazon, and there is no character called Adar in the Legendarium. I even find it a bit ridiculous. The orcs would walk around and call someone daddy, in Elvish even. Doesn't seem right. Would orcs be hesitant to go to war? Obviously some would. In The Lord of the Rings, Sam
Okay. Let's see if he reads this.
overhears a conversation between Shagrat and Gorbak, and they basically talk about how great it was and how great it would be.
Okay, so this is the excerpt. I'd like to try somewhere where there's none of them, Nazgul and Shelob. But the war is on now, and when that's over, things may be easier. It's going well, they say. They would, grunted Gorbag. We'll see. But anyway, if it does go well, there should be a lot more room. What do you say? If we get a chance, you and me'll slip off and set up somewhere on our own, with a few trusty lads. Somewhere where there's good loot, nice and handy. No big bosses. Ah, said Shagrat, like old times. So, this guy is bringing up a very good point that although orcs represent something on an archetypal level, in Lord of the Rings, there are windows into the complexity of things going on within the orc hierarchies. However, not so for Uruk-hai. Uruk-hai tend to be something else special.
If they weren't under Sauron's rule. Feel free to pause here if you want to read it yourself. The point is that orcs are more nuanced than many think, and especially what is depicted in the films. But let's keep watching.
Tolkien wrote the orcs as a malevolent goblin race, males only, wholly evil. Woke.
So this person, AJA Cortez, is propagating certain concepts about Tolkien.
Shitlib writers in 2024 want you to feel bad for them, though.
Okay, so here's an example of a person that don't know what they're talking about, but think they do. First off, orcs and goblins are the exact same thing. It's just different words for the same type of creature. I could say more about this, but let's try and stick to the topic. It's not true that there were only male orcs. That's simply not true. As mentioned, we know Bolge was considered the son of Azog. Some might speculate that he wasn't the biological son, but perhaps adopted, sort of like how the Roman emperors would do it. There's no evidence for this though, so we'll have to believe he was in fact the biological son of Azog. Furthermore, Tolkien mentions orc women in a letter to Mrs. Munby from 1963. Quote, "There must have been orc women, but in stories that seldom, if ever, see the orcs, except as soldiers of armies in the service of the evil lords, we naturally would not learn much about their lives. Not much was known." So he is quite clear about the existence of orc women, but we also have this line from the Silmarillion. "But the orcs had life and multiplied after the manner of the children of Ilúvatar, and naught that had life of its own, nor the semblance of life, could ever Melkor make, since his rebellion into Ainur Lindale before the beginning. So say the wise. And deep in their dark hearts, the orcs loathed their master, whom they served in fear, the maker only of their misery. So the children of Ilúvatar are elves and men, which means they get children just like elves and men do. There's no great mystery to that. Now Jackson depicts this very differently in The Lord of the Rings, as we all probably know. While it's not exactly lore accurate, it's not that far from one of Tolkien's early ideas for the origin of orcs. In the Book of Lost Tales, we hear how they are bred from stone, so not exactly the same, but sort of anyway. Let's see what Asmund Gold has to say.
I'm gonna be totally honest, I agree with them. Remember what I said before about how I was concerned about that War of the Rohirrim anime not being able to adhere to the virtue of Tolkien and like the inherent virtue of his work? I feel like this is another great example of that. It's another example of a person who thinks that they understand the world better than, like, because you have to remember, like, Tolkien was a fucking soldier in World War I, and these people think that they can understand morality and add a shade of it that Tolkien couldn't see in his own life. It's unbelievable. They fundamentally don't understand Lord of the Rings. This is what worries me whenever I see a new Lord of the Rings show. They successfully have made it theirs. An orc family. It's just sad. It really is just sad.
So I actually agree with this, which should also be clear if you've watched my breakdowns of The Rings of Power or the trailer for War of the Rohirrim. I don't think they understand Tolkien very well, and there's no evidence for orc families, and I highly doubt they'd be even near to what it looks like in the show.
Okay, so I'm going to read to you what I'd written for, oh no. Hope we're having a splendid Sunday. I have been tired, but I am holding up. So this is what I wrote. I just don't see the loving nuclear orc family. I think it's cringe putting in some sympathetic orc family to make us feel sad for their plight is hilarious. Even if we went with the idea that orcs procreated to increase their mutant numbers, there's no need to give them the same human emotions that we experience. And basically, I went on to suggest that I imagined orc culture to be more similar to cat or hyena culture, where after they, for lack of a better word, after they fuck, after she has the baby, once the baby gets to a certain age, like 5 or 6, the kid goes off into a pack rat of kids, and it's no longer emotionally attached to the parents anymore. The parents have moved on. I thought orcs were like pseudo undead. No. Yeah, absolutely, Leo. Like Spartans? Yeah, something like Spartans, but worse. Yeah, I agree with Leo that Uruk-hai are almost like genetically, yeah. I don't even know if it's about moral relativism. I think it's about ham-handed attempt to do modern storytelling and make things, you know, have shades of gray. And I think it's just really stupid and cringy. Hello, Wooly. Hello, Morley. Hello, anyone else who might be coming in new. We're taking a look at Council of Rings responding to Asmongold, responding to this cringe scene. And Council of Ring is basically wonderfully summing up what I felt, which is that people freaking out over orc women need to get a grip. People should be freaking out more about the fact that there's a loving orc family. That's the problem. The problem isn't that orc women are banging and having pack rats of children to spawn across Middle-earth. That's not the problem. The problem is this traditional loving nuclear family. That's the cringe aspect. And as he pointed out, having an orc not wanting to necessarily go to war is even not outside of canon. It was true in Lord of the Rings. There were orcs who were grumbling in Mordor. But to make them have positive virtues is going too far. If you were to ask me, Morley, I can't talk much about the details, but let's just say in the last 2 years I was given cause to do extensive historical research. And if I had to choose between Spartan society and Athenian as a woman, Spartan, hands down, every day. Every day, as a woman. Yeah. Now, as a man, I think guys can definitely have different takes on whether they would prefer Athens versus Spartan. Some guys would like it, some guys would not. Right? But as a woman, for sure, hands down, Spartan. I would choose Sparta any day. It would make sense they're doing it on purpose and not for lack of understanding. Yeah, I mean, that once again, we're back to the whole, are they doing it on purpose or not? Like, once again, me being nitpicky, I don't want to go out on a limb and say things, but chat can feel free to make allegations about that. It's the weird family aesthetic. Yeah, it's really cringe. Yeah. Yeah, you were a huge Sparta nerd, Shay? Yeah. As a woman, you want to be in Sparta. That's all I'm going to say. I think Sparta kind of gets a bad rap because ultimately, in many senses, Athens won in terms of optics. Even if Sparta was, in terms of the military and historical accomplishments, Sparta was more effective. I think in terms of optics, Athens won, hands down. And I think part of it is because Athens ended up controlling the marketplace of ideas, which is what it is. Applying modern Western values, yeah. It feels inauthentic, absolutely, Morley. In either Sparta or Athens, I would have been exposed to the elements as an infant. Why would that be, Wooly? Were you somehow lacking? And the market itself, yeah. I mean, if I recall faintly, I'm trying to recall, there was like a particular isthmus, I think, that Athens controlled that they cut through so you could pass through from one sea to the other sea. So But anyway, I really like this video. Let's keep going.
As I also explained in my review, it seems more likely the orc women were just used for breeding slaves basically, which is why they would be able to multiply by the thousands in a couple of years. It would have been done systematically in a very cruel and sick way. Exactly what orcs are. It is well known that Tolkien fought in World War I and that it affected his life and writing greatly. It's a topic we could discuss for hours, honestly. All that being said, there are a ton of fans that mean well, but keep posting fake Tolkien quotes. The one about evil not being able to create anything new, but only being able to corrupt. It's not far from an actual quote, which actually talks about orcs. The shadow that bred them can only mock. It cannot make, not real new things of its own. I don't think it gave life to the orcs. It only ruined them and twisted them. And if they are to live at all, they have to live like other living creatures. And on that note, I think we come to the end of this video. I could say a ton more about orcs, but that will be another day. If you like the channel, remember to leave a like and subscribe. Special thanks to all the patrons and members. Farewell till next time.
So yeah, Council of Rings have really summed it up in that the shadow, that would be Melkor and Sauron, being Maiar and Valar, like ex-Maiar, ex-Valar, they can't recreate themselves. They can't have kids. But that doesn't mean that the orcs can't. So yeah. No physical lack would be tolerated in a male child. Oh, are you really nearsighted, Willie? Oh, I would be saved. I do have a mild, odd eye condition, but it has not worsened. So I would pass. I would totally pass. Now I'm imagining Willie wearing glasses with bifocals. Hello, Mimi. I don't know if I've seen you around. I stopped breathing 2 times as an infant. Hooray for Latin American hospitals and access, but between me and my brother, I was for the longest time the more athletic one. You haven't. Okay. Narakan. Do I get the 300 abs if I choose Sparta? Wow, we got some new people in chat. Welcome, welcome. This is probably too much right now, you being tired, but I feel like mythological representations of morality are probably only useful as an analogy to what's inside yourself. That's exactly what I've been trying to talk about for ages. The point of mythological storytelling is to make real what is internal or what is cosmological. Often what is cosmological is also experienced internally. And therefore, for example, when I was looking at, let's say, Gothic literature, when I was analyzing Gothic literature in my 4th year, I was very, very interested in looking at the ways that Gothic literature explored the psyche, in which the characters and the events themselves were simply metaphors of the transformation of the psyche or the decay of the psyche. And I think the more mythological storytelling you have, the more it is all about that kind of transformation, whether it is growth or decay. Psychopaths are rare. Yeah, but not rare enough, Sim. I used to out-bike, out-jog, out-haul my brother until like 5 or 6 years ago. We started taking fitness and body work seriously. Yeah, but more like you like work on the farm and stuff. Like you're super, fit. I would argue, Sim, that random dumb people don't think at all. I would argue that most people don't even recognize mythological power at all within storytelling. Yeah. Party only thinks every other Tuesday. So, yeah. Okay, so this is weird. We're not watching this whole video, obviously not. But there's this guy. His name is called Sungrand Studios, and he's this really, really, I don't know how to explain him. He's a game dev slash game creator, video game dev, video game creator. And he's been responding to some things, and Asmongold responded to him, and then I found this, and then I saw this clip, and I was like, I watched this whole video actually because I was needing some distraction. Now, did I like watch it with my two eyes? No, it was on my second screen monitor while I did something else. But anyway, I got to a point, and then I realized he was talking about something really interesting, and it got me thinking about the problem with young creators, or the hubris of young creators. 2 in a row. Yeah. I'm sharing with chat things that I liked this week. Okay. That's what the stream is about. I'm sharing with chat what I liked. Okay. So wait a minute. I'm going to take that off, and I'm just reorganizing. My tab situation has gotten weird again. Okay. But anyhow, I'm going to just check my Discord because I set timestamps for myself. Oh my gosh, chat. So terrible. Royal in Discord. Oh my lord. Posted something under spoiler tags without any context, and I clicked on one of the spoiler tags and I got spoiled for Dawn Trail. Now, it could be fake. But yeah. Anyhow, I'm going to just go check my content request channel because I don't want to. We're not watching this whole thing. We're only watching a 5-minute clip. So, okay, so 13:20. So I gotta just be careful here. Oh, wow, look. Oh, no. 13:20. Okay, so this guy is going to be responding to the Deadlock characters as a character designer. And he also happens to be baking cookies because he doesn't understand. Anyway, we're not going to get into that. Oh, was he? Oh, my lord. Wait a minute. I got to go apologize, chat. Wait 1 second. I gotta go apologize. I gotta find a really There we go. Hopefully. I could make it work. I could kill her off during Dawn Trail. That would mean taking everything off of, like, hijacking the whole thing in the final zone, but yeah. Anyway, so I'm not going to preface this too much, but this is related to being a writer and to being a creative. And I thought it was so fascinating. It got me thinking a little bit about some problems that young writers, particularly young modern writers, have. So let's take a look.
Cohesion with the purple tie and the hat, and that's so great to see. I really like what I'm seeing here. This is really fantastic. Okay, so I'm sorry, my alarm's going off here. Okay, I will be right back. I'm sorry, I've got to go grab my cookies out of the oven. They're gonna burn. Sorry.
He's making cookies, chat. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Pardon me. Excuse me. Okay, everyone. Now, these are a fine raisin and oatmeal cookie with a light homemade orange glaze here. As you can see, I kept the sugar content low so that the core element of the cookie is not overpowering. I was leaning into the idea that the cookie itself should form as a base, and that the flavors which provide the real punch can be distributed across a wider area, so your taste buds are not just overwhelmed with too much flavor, too much color in a way that didn't make sense. So there are raisins in there, and there is a light homemade orange glaze along the top. Let's go ahead and give this a try. Okay. Let's pick one just here. This one looks quite nice. How about that? I'll give this my review.
You know what's crazy is that I thought this was just this interlude, but chat, listen to what he says after he eats. So he made a joke about not understanding what cooking is, and then he cooked by making these cookies, and then he's going to cook, like cook. So check this out. This is so interesting.
Yes. Excellent. That was what I was intending. Very good. So the core cookie itself wasn't overwhelming, didn't provide too much flavor on its own, but it allowed the other flavors to stand out. You don't need the whole cookie to be overly sweet. Your cookie should serve as a good base. As long as it has a good foundation, you can contribute smaller, more focused experiences to that cookie, and it is those smaller elements that all come together to build the end product. It's not just having about something big and loud and impressive. You need the parts of the cookie individually to taste good on their own. And I think we've accomplished that today with these cookies. I'll go ahead and set them on my table here, and I can enjoy these. After class, if you would like to enjoy some cookies, I will be leaving these on the table. So at the back of the classroom, if you'd like to grab one, feel free, but please make sure that your fellow classmates do also get a cookie before you come back for seconds. Thank you, everyone. I'm just going to set that on the table over here. Pardon me.
Oh, I love oatmeal. Oatmeal chocolate chip cookies, oatmeal raisin cookies. I love those. Okay, but moving beyond the oatmeal part, or the oatmeal raisin or whatever. What I thought was so interesting is one of the things he talks about is how it must be seen as the sum of its parts together. And it is so fascinating to me because I think one of the things that a lot of early writers, very, very early writers, do is they try to put everything in. And it kind of reminds me of the first season of Rings of Power, where they were trying to put in 5 different perspectives with all of these people bouncing around the map. And there was like a gajillion and one things happening all at the same time. And the idea is that if everything is go, 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 if everything is a mystery, if everything is feeling tense, if everything is high stakes, then surely that must be really fun. That must be really interesting, right? And I think that is a common struggle that a lot of young writers struggle with as well, or young or immature ideators. So I've worked with some clients who had some great ideas. Don't get me wrong, they were great ideas. But when they wanted to write a book, they didn't understand how a novel has to work. And we've talked about this before. A novel is not a steady incline of tension that multiplies over time. There's actually troughs where things slow down for a breather and then pick up. And this is called pacing. And pacing is a way for you to, and pacing is controlled through 2 mechanisms. Pacing is controlled through how you plan out the events of your book. And number 2, pacing is controlled by the actual sentence structures that you use. So the longer your sentences are, the slower your pacing is. And the shorter your sentences are, the faster your pacing will feel. So generally speaking, it's a good idea sometimes to go slow, 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 fast, fast, fast. Or if you're trying to slow something down, after you've revealed a climax, you allow for the proper come down from that climactic action by using longer sentence structures. This is a form of controlling pacing. I think they did that because they can't write anything good and well focused, so they filled the script with nonsense. Yeah, but it's not even that, Leo. Like, I've worked with other creatives from other parts of the industry. For me, it's usually an indication that people have not studied good writing. So because they haven't studied good writing, they actually think this is how things should be. Because they actually think that everything should be escalating. And it's very weird. They're more frauds than amateurish writers. Well, yeah, I mean, they could also be frauds. Sure, yeah. There's an ebb and a flow, a twee and a la party. There almost always is. So, party will remember, but I wrote a book called Gathering the Stars. And I swear to you, my one friend who read it came to me and was like, I felt so tense when I was reading it because all of your sentence structure was really short. And so when you read it, you felt like there was never any ebb. It was just going go, 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 go. Even when characters were supposed to be having downtimes and were just being themselves, it felt like everything was just like ramming speed. And it was because I wasn't using complex or compound complex sentences. Almost all of the sentences that I wrote were using the simple sentence structure. I might have used some complex sentence, but I didn't use any, maybe some compound, but I was not using compound complex. I wasn't using semicolons. I wasn't slowing things down. That's so true. Yeah, and once again, it's harder. Pacing in something that's visual is more about I would imagine pacing for something visual would rely, number one, on how the characters talk, how the actors are acting. The music would probably set the pacing. I'm imagining even tonal differences for shading, like when you're shading the scene a certain color, that might also affect the pacing. When you have more pauses between the actors speaking, I'm assuming that would affect the pacing. The fact that people aren't standing around, fact that people are standing around, for example, and talking, I would assume would slow down, should be slowing down, right? That pacing. And they certainly had moments where people were talking. They certainly did have that in season 1. It was just so disjointed because of the other issue where they were trying to push everything else. So you would go from like a really tense scene where you would be left on your chair about this other character if you cared about it. And then you would suddenly go to this really slow scene with these whole other thing when you hadn't yet emotionally dealt with what had happened before with the first group of people. So the problem is, like, you weren't giving people the downswing of emotion to process what was actually happening. Yeah. And this is why I'm saying, like, as a writer, it can be very, very especially if you're a young writer, or in the case you're a bad writer. Sure, Leo said, you're a fraud. You're not actually a writer. You're just faking it until you make it. These kinds of writers might not understand pacing. But then he starts talking about this picture. Then we get to the second problem. This is also interesting.
Let's get back to these designs. These are really interesting. Mick Guinness. I already really like this design, and the reason being, again, is the artists here have evoked Rosie the Riveter. So this is so fantastic. Rosie the Riveter was a movement of empowerment for women many, many years ago. It's an important part of our culture. It is something that's identifiable. The fact that they are evoking Rosie the Riveter, this is really great. This is so fantastic. Not only have they evoked Rosie the Riveter, but they've brought in identifiable elements, again, using the power of evocation. Now, when you are still early on as an artist and a creator, you may accidentally use evocation without understanding it. And people who create without understanding what evocation is will often just steal other things, thinking that they're creating something new, but what I've seen in the comment section, people refer to as aping. They're aping something. And in general, that comes from people who have less life experiences, who are not able to genuinely create something based on their own philosophies. So seeing something like this tells me that these artists, they have good life experiences, they have some good grasp of cultural awareness, and they know how to direct their own experiences, their own thoughts, and bring them into a focused vision that gives us something new. What is so important and what is interesting here is bringing in familiar elements and using them in unfamiliar ways. What I really like here.
Okay, so we're going to pause here and we're going to talk about the concept of evocation. So one of the things that I found interesting about this is, how do creatives find inspiration, or how do they tap into archetypal ideas or cultural ideas even, and how are they using it, right? So then I start thinking about Rings of Power once again, because, you know, it's something that's on my mind. So you have these scenes in season 1 where they're trying to evoke this spirituality, but as he noted, you can only evoke what you are intimately aware of or know. if you don't know Rosie the Riveter, you aren't going to be able to evoke her. And if you evoke, let's say, the concept of the numinous, if you don't have a religious experience, or if you have not grown up in a sufficiently religious background, or even worse, if you have zero respect for faith on some level, you are not going to be able to adequately show certain kinds of scenes, for example, in Rings of Power or whatever. Because if you aren't well read enough or aren't experienced enough, you are, or you have no respect for certain things, you don't see the value in them, you will not be able to evoke them correctly. And this is where I think the sea is always right comes from. This is why we had that shitty scene with Galadriel in the boat, because there were moments where she was in the boat listening to the elves singing as they approached Valinor. It was so close. I could feel that they almost got it, and then they fucked it up. And I was just like, really? You nearly got there. They nearly faked it, but they could not make it. And so I think it's I thought he was touching on something where if you are coming into a project with certain preconceptions or with not enough conceptions, like you just haven't had the experience, you just don't understand, you just don't get it, everything that you do when you attempt to evoke that IP will simply come off as extremely fake, as contrived, as superficial, and at worst, patronizing or disrespectful. So, for example, if I started writing fan fiction tomorrow for Twilight, and I haven't done my homework, and I just come in and I put something out there into the void, I should not be surprised if people come at me. Because even though in the world of fan fiction, you can break the rules, you can have high school alternate universes, you can have character swaps, you can have gender swaps, you can have all sorts of things can happen in fan fiction. But if you don't understand what the rules are, and you put something out that's breaking them without really understanding what's going on in that genre or in that IP, people will flame you. So you're not entitled to people holding your hand going, there, it's fine, if you shit the bed in fan fiction, for example. So I don't see why it would be much different for people writing for Amazon or anybody else. You're not entitled to being reviewed well if you're not evoking the brand correctly. The difference between knowing about something and knowing that something. Exactly, Epic. Yeah. Did you say convocation? Ooh. Sounds like commie gobbledygook. No, it's not, Karn. It's absolutely not. It's the opposite. Rings of Power is as disrespectful to God as it is to Tolkien, who is my personal Jesus. Yeah. I can't I don't know how to make it simpler. If you don't get it, you don't get it. But essentially, if you are a writer, you can only write about what you're ready to know, or what you're ready to learn, or what you're ready to respect. And so people who are writing for Rings of Power, for example, cannot write elves well because they don't understand what elves are supposed to represent, what elves represent at their best, and what elves represent at their worst. And the reason why everyone sounds weird when they try to write something ritualistic in Rings of Power is because clearly the writers don't know how to write anything linked to the numinous. And just like Sungrand said, right? Just like Sungrand said, if you are an artist who hasn't lived long enough, experienced long enough, seen things long enough, if you haven't actually wrestled with culture, like historical culture, if you're not educated on a certain level, and not educated by, I don't mean university education here, okay? I'm not actually talking about getting a piece of paper. I'm talking about reading more, expanding your mind. If you have not done that enough as an artist or as a writer, you will not be able to write comprehensively for different things. I think sometimes there is an ideology that you getting flamed by tryhards means you're doing the work because you're fighting the power. Can you expand on that, and Rakan? I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. It's interesting when you watch interviews with Jackson during Lord of the Rings party and how much they researched and considered, even though they did change things, you could see their huge respect still. Yeah, I think it was it, who was it in Discord who had us watch that one video about how Lord of the Rings by Peter Jackson still works, even though it broke with the lore on a couple of occasions. That's a case in point. For some reason, you recall me AI these days. AI can fool someone when they don't know, but in my field of expertise, I've seen so many errors on AI responses. Yeah, so for example, the other day, a student handed in, well, I say the other day, but a couple months ago, a student handed in some work, and I just knew it was AI. I just knew. But if you had asked anyone else, like, you know, a large portion of the population, is this okay? They would have marked that kid's homework as being just fine. But I knew exactly that the kid hadn't written it, number one. So that was part one problem. And part two, it was totally the wrong answer it was the wrong output for what I wanted for the writing. So yeah. Don't play that shit. Don't play what? It's like being at a funeral and you hear people misrepresent the deceased. It's awkward hearing people cheating. Yeah. Play was the wrong word. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. I absolutely think that there are lots and lots of people out there who would not be able to always tell the difference. I suspect that part of modern writing defends itself by claiming if the author gets pushback from bad people, it means the writing is morally good. Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Rakan, I think a lot of these creatives basically place themselves within the zone of victim, And so if you come at them, even from an objective, non-judgmental, like not caring about the ideology, just coming at it from a technical level, okay, they would take offense, right? You're not coming at them to take away their way of life. You're not coming at them to eradicate their sexuality or to, destroy their country. You literally just want to say whether this was effective writing or not. And then, when you do, you're labeled something. And you don't understand, because for them, the message is more important than the quality. Modern writers defend themselves by calling the audience istophobes. Yeah, exactly. But I found, now, obviously he's talking about art direction, but this can apply to writing, in my opinion. And I say that as a teacher who's taught a lot of young writers who haven't had that experience. It's like people who don't, there are a lot of people today who haven't read enough. So when you tell an in-joke based off of classical literature, they don't get it. And they're just like, what? And it's fine with certain people, but with other people, it's not fine. It's not acceptable. I think if you want to get paid as a writer to do writing, you should be very well read before you get paid as a writer. That's my hot take. And it's like, I was, what year was I in? I think it was before I left for China. Let's see. Was it back in like 2007? Maybe it was 2007, chat. 2007, 2008, right? So this is way back. And I remember being in a class. It was a medieval class, and the teacher was teaching some medieval poetry. Now, I don't. Is anyone in chat familiar with medieval poetry? By the way, I don't know, but you can probably guess that medieval poetry, or even pre-medieval poetry, is fairly. Here, I'll show you one. Okay, here we go. So this is called Caedmon's Hymn. So we were studying this. Okay. This is Caedmon's Hymn. Now we shall honor heaven, kingdom's guardian, the measurer's might and his mind's plan, the worker of the Father of glory, as he of each wonder, eternal Lord, the origin established. He first created for the children of men, heaven for a roof, holy creator, then middle earth, mankind's guardian, eternal Lord, after bestowed the lands to men, Lord Almighty. So obviously, because it was medieval class, we were studying this stuff here. Nu schulan hergan, hefen riches warde, metudes mekti und his modian dank. Word ulder Vater, Sweihe, Undra, etc., etc. Okay, so we were studying this bullshit on this side here. And then we had to figure out, what did it mean? Why was it important? What was this all about? And the conversation turned toward the Bible, as it would, since this is clearly about the Bible. And it turned out that out of the entire class, other than me, there was probably, and this class had around, let's say 80 people. Out of this class of 80 people, there were only maybe, besides me, maybe one or two who knew Adam and Eve, who recognized what Adam and Eve were. There was a whole bunch of people there who were like, what? What is that? Does Sir Gawain count? Yeah. Although I think Sir Gawain would be Middle English, I think. Sim freaking out. I read none of medieval poetry. Oh, that's okay, Ben. Yeah, if you're writing soap operas or trashy Wattpad fan fiction, is not necessary to have deep knowledge of Western canon. It would help, obviously, but you don't need it. Yeah, you technically don't need it, but holy heckin', it would raise everything if everyone kind of knew something. So once again, I don't expect it out of everyone, but if you're in university and you're studying literature full time and you don't know who Adam and Eve are, you've got a problem. You don't have to believe in Adam and Eve, but you should know them because it's foundational to understanding almost everything else that comes after. The Eddas are, I would argue, pre-medieval, Leo. I would put the Eddas pre-medieval. Dante's Inferno is way beyond. That's way after. They're not even in the same... Like, obviously, Eddas were being told and shared at the same time that the Divine Comedy or, Dante's Inferno was being published. But the Eddas were constructed and created at a much earlier date than Dante's Inferno. Yeah, they're pre-medieval. This is pre-medieval. This language right here is Old English. And the Eddas would have been in Norse. Old Norse. Remember Middle English. So this is Old English, and then there's Middle English, and then there's Modern English. Middle English would be Canterbury Tales, Sir Gawain, and Dante's Inferno is fairly certain Dante's Inferno is modern. Let's do Inferno. Yeah. Divine Comedy. It's 1300s. So that would be medieval. It would be in medieval. Yeah. So it counts as medieval. But it was written in Italian, and ergo would not be my specialization. If I was going to specialize, I would specialize in English only, obviously. Studying Western literature without knowing the Bible, how? You ask me, Wooly. Okay, so I was concerned in 2007, okay? When someone in medieval class didn't know what Adam and Eve were, right? When students didn't know what Adam and Eve was in 2007, 2008, I was concerned. But I put it off as being like, oh, it's just a thing. It's just a thing. Later on, I was reading The Castle of Otranto. The Castle of Otranto. This is where things get a little bit fucky, right? Because it was written by Horace Walpole, who is obviously English, right? Just by that name, you can tell it's English. But when you read The Castle of Otranto, you could see here, when you read it, it's written to pretend to be a documentary, essentially. And so the title is The Castle of Otranto, a story, translated by William Marshall, gentleman, from the original Italian of Onufrio Moralto, canon of the Church of St. Nicholas at Otranto. So it's kind of... Anyway, so it's kind of weird. And as you can see here, it was all fake. It was actually written by Horace Walpole. Okay, but here's the crazy thing, right? We have this whole story, and basically basically at some point in Otranto, right? There is this whole scene where the girl goes and talks to a priest. And we actually had to have a discussion in class because they were like, well, you can see, that the church was blah, blah, blah. And I was like, you mean the Catholics, right? They were like, wait a minute, what? And I was like, yeah, it was they're Catholics. There's a monastery. It's a priest. They couldn't even tell the difference between a Protestant and a Catholic church in 4th year English. Now, I understand if you don't know the difference in like 2nd year, but like by the time you hit 3rd year, you should be well read enough to be able to understand that if you have a monastery involved and there's a priest, that this is linked to Catholic ideas, maybe, and that we have to consider that as being important to how we interpret it. So there were people in the class who didn't even understand how to ascertain whether a specific representation of the Christian faith was Catholic or Protestant. Now, you can argue that there shouldn't be any differentiation. You can fight with Wooly in chat with that. I don't care. I'm just saying, as an academic, how can you adequately take apart a piece of writing if you don't even know that much? What are you doing? I love Old English and Old Norse stuff, Shay. Yeah, me too. I would absolutely. I mean, I also like Gothic literature. Don't get me wrong. I also love Gothic literature. Mio Cid, would it be considered medieval? Maybe tab. Once again, my specialization is English literature. I should be very, very clear with chat, okay? The comedy was written in a local medieval Tuscan vernacular. I would not be surprised. So it's easier than the aristocratic medieval Italian? Okay, that's fair, yeah. I'm not a Christian, but I know the stories in the Bible. Prince of Egypt is still one of my favorite. Prince of Egypt had a bawling soundtrack, too. Less dense, yeah. Long manga titles existed before manga. Absolutely. Some of them were out of control. So anyhow, so this is where I listened to this little clip and it got me thinking in all sorts of directions. It got me thinking about how we have these writers who are being asked to write things that maybe they should have no business writing them, because either they don't respect what it's supposed to be, like the nuclear orc family. They're not respecting what it's supposed to be, or they are just they're talented for what they can do, but they simply cannot do what they've been hired to do. And this then, maybe what Leo said is right. If you know that you can't do something and you hop on and do it anyway, are you scamming your people? Wooly with the mic drop. There we go. The Wooly I know and love. Wooly says, no fight to be had. Protestants are wrong. Demonstrable via simple logic and childhood level of history knowledge. Yeah. One of those agree to disagree moments. Well, at least on my part. Willie will just disagree. Yeah, so yeah, just something that I saw that I thought I would like. Okay. It is now time for chat to vote. Okay, I'm going to open up a poll. We got three choices here. Okay, so we have Chris Medson on the World Soul Saga. And I don't want to freak chat out, but for some reason, my apartment building fire alarms started ringing again. So we're just going to pretend that they aren't happening for now. And then if my sister comes in here and tells us that my building is on fire yet again, then, you know, it is what it is, chat. But we're going to ignore it for now, okay? Look, I refuse, okay? I refuse to... No. We are not... Okay, wait a minute. Can we... Oh, my Lord. Move out of the cardboard building. Okay, wait a minute. I'm still going to make this poll. Why can't I start this poll? Oh, I forgot the question. I'm just ignoring it, chat, because I don't care. If I start smelling like plastic or something, then you know. Why won't it let me? Okay, let me go through the options. So the first one is Chris Metzen on the World Soul Saga. So this is 23 minutes of World of Warcraft. Number 2, why I only play old games. Asmongold reacting to this chick with boobs. I'm sure she has a wonderful brain and she's going to tell us all about this thing. I don't know. I have not watched any of these. And finally, all the reasons why some games shouldn't have an easy mode. Okay, we're holding a poll. Please take a look at the poll. And I'm going to look at chat. I bet on the guy on the far right to win. Vic can hear my alarm. Yeah, we're putting our head collectively in the sand, chat. We don't care. The last time that we had the fire, there was a fire, but it was like a waste of time and I was completely safe and I could have stayed in my apartment and it would have been fine. Like, yes, the smell of something that was burning was strong, but so far I can't smell anything. So we'll just keep, you know, FFs. People can definitely hear this. Oh my gosh, the gain. Maybe I should be turning the gain on my microphone down, but I just don't want to fuck up my setup. Maybe Estinian and Gaius broke in. That would make my night, Ben. Fire resistance plus 15. Yes, Karn, exactly. I'm still going to make this poll. Fire burns. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Oh, it's natural. Rather burn alive than interact with neighbors. I totally get it, Chico. She's typing up the pole as the flesh melts off her fingers. Yeah, it's like the Ark of the Covenant happening right now. This is fine. I get the feeling, though, like if there was smoke in the hallway, that like my sis would be rushing in by this point in time. Give me a hint which one to vote for. You can vote for men struggling in a not gay way together. You can vote for hot chick with Asmongold, or you can vote for Metzen. The boobs are going to win. Last time I voted incorrectly. Oh, Sam, it's okay. I just don't want to see the cookie guy again. When I close the poll to view chat, I can't bring it back up again. Oh, how handy for you, Sim. How very handy for you. You can just do what I did for the last Canadian election. What? And Rackhand, this is true. I can make jokes about fire and your building again. Yay. So the good news is that my sis and her hubby are watching out for the situation. So yeah. So what do we got here? Wow, we got 11 votes. This is phenomenal. Chat's on fire today. Okay. This is actually really great. I'm very impressed. But now, we have a tie. We have a tie between difficulty and old games. Party, what did you vote for? You voted for poop. Okay, the alarm has stopped, so we're going to believe that the fire is, like, not a big deal. With the big eyes. Okay. We're gonna find out why we're only playing old games, which, by the way, is not entirely true for me, but could be true for a lot of people. Oh my lord, Shoal, just go in there and vote. Just vote. Tab, get in there. Vote. What's with this non-voting? So do you want to vote for game difficulty? Why I only play old games, which I think is a bit weird, but we'll find out. And Chris Metzen on the World Soul Saga. I do agree with Asmongold's belief we're in the golden age of gaming, despite the number of bad games. Yeah, I think it's all about perspective, sure. I can buy old games for $15 on Steam with all DLC and patches. Yeah, and by then, most of them have, like, the problems out, like, removed from them, or there's enough mod support to make it fun. Okay, so I'm going to end the poll, and we will go with why I only play old games, and we're going to find out what is the scroll saying and what is Asmongold saying. And it's 47 minutes and it's 9:05 p.m. So yeah, let's go with this. I just want to say that, Party, do you think my hair is as dark as this girl's hair is? Or do you think my hair is a little bit lighter? We might finish with it before midnight. Oh my gosh. Might be a tad bit lighter. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. And her hair, her eyes are, I think, a little greener than mine are. So just for American people, today our temperature dropped to 57 degrees Fahrenheit. For the rest of the world, our temperature dropped to 14 degrees Celsius. So I woke up this morning with my water bottle beside on the windowsill, like completely chilled. What other similarities? I think my boobs might be a bit bigger than hers, but I can't say. Yeah, I think my boobs might be bigger. Oh, is it cold where Miro is? I bet it's cold where Shay is. Shay, did you get a cold snap? Oh, well, we'll find out if I disagree with her. Now I just want to cock block our favorite short-sighted convenience store worker. Oh, a couple days ago. Oh, okay. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into it. I can already hear Bully sighing. Let's see if we agree with this chick.
Old games.
Hey guys, do you ever just wanna...
Why I only play old games?
Hey guys, do you ever just wanna... Or...
Warcraft 3.
Or even...
Oh!
Because I do. Like, all the time. The truth is, I haven't been excited about a new release for a very long time. The last new game that I was really anticipating would have been like Outlast Trials or the anniversary edition of Beyond Good and Evil, a game which came out in 2003 by the way, and even that I was anticipating with caution because, you know, it is Ubisoft and nobody wants to see their favorite game ruined. When I have spare time, when I want to...
Okay. Before we get into being told what to think, does chat get excited about new games? And if you do get excited about new games, what is the level of excitement? And which new game would you potentially get excited for if you were going to get excited for new games? Okay, Wukong. We got Wukong. Some people were excited. Well, Ben was excited for Wukong. And it sounds like he was very excited. What about the rest of chat? I know that Wooly doesn't get excited anymore because he's played every game. He's an old soul. He foresees everything and can only find enjoyment from replaying old games. So I can almost read his mind. But anyone else? Let's see here. FF7 Remake Part 3. She's not like the other girls, Epic. Last game I got excited for a bit was FF16. Yeah, that's, you know, Miro, I think I might be in your little boat. I might be in your little boat. I don't get excitement. I don't feel excitement the way other people do. Usually, like, for example, if I was going to get excited about going to China, right, I wouldn't actually feel excited until I was on the plane. And then I would feel excited. Let's see. Next 14 expansion. Oh. Sim can't remember. Sim's dead inside. We all know this. He's an AI. Baldur's Gate 3 made me want to keep on living. Wow. I don't know if that's real or fake. I dread new WoW's release and haven't been excited for anything else since Assassin's Creed 2. Shay's excited rarely. If excited, I will wishlist it and wait for a sale. Oh, and Raken is kind of speaking my language. Last game I was excited for was Cyberpunk 2077. Epic does get excited about new games. Not just Elden Ring, but God of War and Spider-Man 2. I'm playing a lot of modern games at the moment. I don't really feel excitement for games, says Mirokos. Wooly, as expected, said no. But he makes some good points, okay? Here's the points that Willie makes, and I will agree with him on this one. And this is partly why I don't get excited, and I 100% agree with Willie on this one, okay? This is what Willie says. You never know if performance will be bad, okay? DLC will be bits of the core game resold, and so on and so on. So I do agree, because there is this sense of, okay, it's going to come out, but will it run well? That kind of takes the edge off. It does take the edge off. Yeah, it depends a lot. For example, while not exactly new Bravely Default, it wasn't talked about and it was an old formula, but something caught my eye. Oh, okay. So like Tab gets excited about niche. Party's not getting excited. Generally no, but with certain exceptions, pretty much from studios, franchises I already enjoy. That's also fair, Vic. Diablo still excites me, even if the last two have disappointed me. Now, I did like D4 as a story, but not a forever game. Hence why you're still in 14. WoW desensitized me to hype and excitement. It's not real. I really like it. Okay. Dragon's Dogma 2 came out this year as well. It's a lot for me. Sims protesting. I'm not completely dead inside. I still cry to things and get angry about Shadowlands and Star Trek Voyager. Okay, I'm not laughing at you, Sim. I think that's kind of cute. Okay. Recently there was an announcement for Fantasy Life 2, and I actually felt excitement, chat. I did remember that. That just popped in my head. So I'm excited for Fantasy Life 2. So it looks like chat has a variety of emotions. What we're going to do is we're going to go to wish listing and we're going to sort by price. But we're going to do it. Scroll all the way down to the expensive shit at the end. I'm excited about Light No Fire. I'm actually kind of excited about Light No Fire. What else is going to be new? Not a lot of new stuff on my list. Oh my gosh, maybe this movie is right. Yeah, I guess this movie is right. I'm not very excited. Okay, so I'm excited about two things. I'm excited about Light No Fire. And I'm excited about Fantasy Tales number 2. Methinks Sim doth protest overmuch. I think I felt with a couple of games. Okay, so I am excited for 2 games, and I was excited for Final Fantasy 16 until I found out it wasn't on PC. Then obviously, I couldn't play it, so it was gone. I was a bit excited for Dawntrail, not gonna lie. So 4 games recently that I was excited for. All right, now that we've made up our mind, we can watch this video and know what we actually believe. Okay, let's go in.
To chill and just immerse myself in a different world, I go for games that are like 20 years old or somewhere around that.
Okay.
If you want
The way she's talking about it gives me those hipster vibes. I also link it to Lit Fix Snob vibes, where it's like, well, I only like the old things now. I'm not going to be like that. I'm never going to fake that kind of bullshit. I think not saying she's bullshitting. She might be legitimate, absolutely believing everything she says. Obviously, this could be an opinion she holds. But I'm not one of those people who is like, oh, I only play old things. I only read the classics. I never read anything past 1950. Like that. Yeah, no.
watched my channel at all, you will know that I'm somebody that appreciates the finer details in games.
Chat, you can't even see my face, but you can just imagine that my face looks exactly like my avatar.
I really love worlds that feel alive, eccentric characters, cozy environments. I like beautiful things like art, and of course, my favorite, I like clothing and accessories. More and more I'm finding that...
Do I have a game for you? It's called Final Fantasy XIV. Have you ever heard of the award-winning game called Final Fantasy XIV with 3 free expansions that you can play up to Stormblood level 70? It has glams, it has housing, it has art, it has very good writing.
Modern games have nothing to offer me, and I do want to preface this by saying that this is strictly my opinion, but
yeah, and it's a fairly extreme opinion, I'm going to say. She's using no qualifiers. She literally used the word nothing. Nothing. That's strong. But I mean, could be it's her opinion, so yeah.
But, you know, you would think that with the technology that we have now, all of those things that I mentioned earlier could be improved upon.
Well, they do have lots of outfits. It's just that you have to go to the store to buy them. So there's the outfit that you get from pre-ordering. There's the outfit that you get from buying the game from GameStop. There's the outfit that you get from buying the deluxe edition. Then there's also the, what's the other one? Oh, the Game Pass only event. Yeah, the Twitch drop event. Yep, there you go.
Tenfold, but alas we are given bland worlds, sometimes a lecture in politics, and the erasure of femininity in gaming. The last point in particular is something that I, as a female gamer, really hate to see.
I agree with her. I agree. So these 3 things that she talks about are a severe issue. I absolutely agree with her. These are things to be extremely concerned about, and people need to raise their voices and complain about it. But there are wonderful games out there that are modern, like Journey, like Outer Worlds. There are other games I personally think that can exist, that do exist, that are coming out. So to say nothing is a bit extreme, but if you're coming at it from a subjective standpoint, I mean, it's true to her. How many seconds did we get? Wow, chat, my sister is absolutely throwing shade here. Let's smack her around. F16 is coming out on PC this week. Yes, it is. But alas, I have to be very thoughtful about using my shekels. Kingdom Come is a 2004 RPG pretending to be a modern game. Oh, Wooly is coming in with a tangent, but I will try to keep myself in check. So this, I think, is where, how can I say this, Wooly? This is where I don't like. This is, Do you remember how we were earlier talking this week about objective versus subjective criticism? Now, as a teacher, it is my job to teach students how to communicate clearly. And one of the fundamentals for modeling yourself after good writing is that you learn to communicate clearly. You choose your words clearly. And Wooly is bringing up a very good point. Is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 a modern game, or is it an old game made in modern times? And this is why, as much as I might agree with the general arguments that she might be making, I think, once again, me being nitpicky here, you got to be careful about how you use your words, and you have to define things before you move forward. And I feel that her definition is way too broad, because Wooly is bringing up a good point that there are certain games that are being released, such as Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, that are being released in current day period that some people might be excited about, but is actually a renaissance of an older time. But does that mean that just because it's a renaissance of an older time, that it has not been made recently? No, it's clearly been made in a modern period, as in right now. So this is where we need to be careful about how we are collectively talking about old games. And yeah. But that's me being critical again. The eternally disgruntled Chieko. I'm not eternally disgruntled. I'll check levels. Chat. Nope, my levels are completely steady. I'll turn it up a little, but my levels are steady. The bald one spits truth, indeed. Kingdom Come is the only reason I'm considering buying a new GPU. Obviously, that's why Wukong is earning that cash. The way she's ASMRing, her voice is killing me, though. Well, I mean, she's, you know, it's annoying when someone feels like she's talking inside your ear. Well, I mean, there's always me, chat. You have me. I sound like I'm talking in a locker room. I sound like I'm talking in a bunker. I sound like I'm talking in a war zone. I sound like I'm talking in a cardboard apartment that's on fire. It's great. It also plays like Genesis SNES era side scroller. I don't think it's the levels. I think it's some kind of noise filter acting up. Probably. Maybe I'm too close to the microphone. Maybe it's because I'm too close to the microphone. Let's try that. Okay, let's keep going. She's making some good points, though. I do agree with her that there are some serious issues with video games that need to be addressed. Is that making me only play? Is that driving me to only play old games? No, it's not.
Because in the industry's attempt to become more inclusive and conscious of the issues that women deal with when it comes to depictions in media, they've actually gone and made
Genshin Impact over-sexualizes its female characters.
I mean, I already talked about that in my previous video, which some of you may or may not have seen. But basically, there is, if you search academic articles on, and you type in the word hypersexualize or over-sexualize, it is almost always talking about how terrible men are for hypersexualizing women in video games. The one time where they talk about it in terms of women is women interacting with over-sexualized female bodies. In order to research and talk about how women or men over sexualize male bodies in video games, there's more of a hassle to even dig out anything based on that. Because that one is still not considered a big deal. It's not considered a problem. The problem is when females are over sexualized, not when males are over sexualized. And chat knows that this is a double standard because I exist, right? Like one day, if there's an article in a university newspaper that breaks down Chieko Kurokumo's live streaming of Dawn Trail, and the moment when she broke down crying when a certain character walked onto the screen, then we can talk about, yeah. The title of this article is Peak Streisand Effect. Your voice just sounds normal. Yeah, that's because I don't talk like I'm attractive. Let's just say that. I don't talk like Party does. I can't do Peppa Pig. It's very sad. Okay, let's keep going.
Do you want to know why they over-sexualize the female characters? It's because a lot of the girls like doing that because they think the characters are cute, and it's because the guys want to fuck the characters. Like, it's actually, like, I always find these articles to be very weird because it's just like this open denial of such an obvious reality that every normal person can clearly see, plain as fucking day. But we have to pretend like it's not there.
Femininity inherently.
I'm going to add some nuance to that discussion. Do women like the sexualization of women? I'm going to say there are a couple different groups. So there are some women who do not like it. They are these usually unattractive women or a certain ideologically left-wing, far left-wing. By the way, I'm not including normal left-wing people in here. I'm talking about far left-wingers who are seeing sexism everywhere and they don't like sexy characters. They also probably have unaddressed mental health issues that causes them to feel inadequate when they see other women who are real or not real win and succeed at winning male attention. That's just fact for those kinds of women. You got women on the conservative side who also don't like over-sexualization of female characters. And you also have some TERFs who don't like over-sexualization of female characters because they have certain religious beliefs about it, or because they want to be seen as, not sexual objects. They just want to be seen as hardworking people or whatever, or they might be tomboys. They might not have an interest in feminine, hypersexualized feminine characters. But there is, I will say, a large group of women in the middle, a majority group of women in the middle who are very much interested in having super duper sexy girls. Now, I do not go gaga. Like, if you have seen me play Chieko, right? Everyone knows that I do not gag over Chieko hardly at all compared to how much I gag over Nico. And why? Because I actually I have only a fleeting interest in sexy, cute female characters. I have Chieko just in case I want to dress up a girl in a pretty dress, but it's like a fleeting thing. It's like a cloud in the sky. But do you know who is not? Do you know who is absolutely obsessed with her femro? Do you know who has started to fund more servers in Oceania with her Mog Station shopping sprees? Party loves, actively finds her female character attractive. Okay. And I have a friend who got into Love Nikki in a big way. And Love Nikki is all about women dressing up really hot women or cute women. So Asmongold is 100% correct. But I will say that there are women out there who don't actually care or don't like this at all. But it's not always for woke reasons. Sometimes it's for because they're a tomboy or they have a different personality. Yeah, and they want to be that girl. They want to be that girl. And what Party wants to be is a very tall, tan fembro who can stomp on men. Okay, let's keep going.
Evil and sexualized. Through different companies' actions, we're being shown that beauty and beautiful women have no space in modern gaming, that they're just too much.
Okay, so let's look at this. Party. Here's the fruit bowl change. This is the famous fruit bowl change. Let's go back a bit.
Sexualized. Through different companies' actions, we're being shown that beauty and beautiful women have
So that's one fruit bowl change. Wait a minute. Who's Simply Pure? Wait a minute. Peppa Pig. Sex sells. Moment. You claim you don't talk attractive, but you have a teacher voice. Uh-oh. Yeah, I do have a teacher's voice. Sometimes it's a derpy teacher, and sometimes it's an angry teacher. I definitely, I have that energy for sure in Navrakan. I will admit to that. And I totally would go down that road if I wanted to, but I don't. He labels over-sexualized to things that are not there. Over-sexualized to things that are not there. Yeah. Let's once again, if you watch my video, I am not at all concerned about sexualizing stuff. Really, I'm going to be honest. I don't really care. I literally don't care. As long as you're healthy and you're normal and you're in a mentally healthy state, you should be able to enjoy what you like to enjoy. I think it's when people start crossing the streams, when women start expecting all of the men in their lives to think and act like the Harlequin alpha, or when men get disappointed because the big-breasted women in their life are starting to sag because gravity is a thing, right? So it's about keeping yourself grounded while you're having your fantasy. It's fine to go out and have a bit of fun, but people need to stay grounded and
no space in modern gaming.
Okay, Party, what do you think of this change? What do you think? So here we have Hollywood Plunge. There's just one too many plunging pixels in here. And now she cover. I will say the second face is maybe a bit hotter than the first face. The first face looks a bit jank. Who is Simply Pure? Somebody new. You're really putting a lot into perspective for me, and it's funny AF. Okay. I don't know where you came from, but welcome. It's a travesty. That's a hot-ass fruit bowl. Those oranges seem so that pineapple should cover its leaves. Your ERP is lacking. Window? That's an entire door. So this was an art piece that supposedly represented an employee, according to someone who did not want to be identified, who talked to a streamer. Okay, so if they're basing it off of an employee, how did they know? But still, creepy AF. Well, I mean, this is supposed to be art, right? This is supposed to be art. Now, I don't know the person in these photos, but honestly, I don't find this left one particularly, like, on its face value, I don't find it offensive. However, if a piece of art, it's hard to say, because, like, if this piece of art was based off of someone and it was somebody, like, if I found out that a creeper at work did a piece of art with my boobs out because they're fantasizing about me, I would not be happy. I would not be happy. Because that's a bit creepy. Let's all be real. But another part of me says, how do we know that's fact? Just because someone says it doesn't mean that it's fact, right? Like, we live in a day and era where a lot of people just believe things because someone comes out and says, like the allegations around Johnny Depp, for example. It's like, I just don't know. I support any view that will make modern video game studios go bankrupt. Oh, that's fair. This is also overcorrecting for legal and humanitarian issues. Yes, that is true. Tab, this is true. Yeah, it sounds like things were a little bit wild and over there. But let's keep going.
That they're just too much. Aside from that, their portrayal of
Well,
what
the reason why I've always thought, and this is like kind of a like a bad opinion, maybe, but like, I think that the reason why you have this happen is actually not entirely because of women. It's because of men that are like, the way that a lot of men attract attention from women is by being subservient and obedient. And I think that it's like basically by being simps. But like, not simps as in like a, oh, nice dress, like, you know, do you need help with, you know, like me getting something from a shelf down, but like, you know, trying to like protect them, etc. Like white knights, basically. And I think a lot of these guys are like closet weirdos, and so they over exaggerate and they overplay things in order to make it seem like they're an approachable, safe guy to be around for girls. Whereas I think like an average guy, like a normal guy, just is like open and honest about it, and it's not a problem. And I've seen, yeah, it's like it's an overcompensation that I think a lot of these guys have because they don't know how to act in a proper way. It's 100% men trying to cater to women so they can get some. Abso-fucking-lutely.
I actually think that is often the case. I do agree with that assessment. I think there are some people, there are men out there, and we've heard about them in Hollywood, who have the, like Neil Gaiman, for example. Joss Whedon would be another person that came to mind. We got these guys who are creeps, period. Now, they didn't break the law, but they were socially, they were creepy. And they, like Neil Gaiman in Sandman Season 1, writes a story about a writer who is trying to get inspired and this writer traps one of the muses who was partnered with the Sandman, and the Sandman ends up rescuing the muse from the abusive writer. So the writer would basically insert the bad 4-letter word that begins with an R and ends with an E, and then he would get inspired and write and become famous. And so you have this man essentially enslaving this woman and using her in order to prosper. And watching what happens to that man and watching how that woman is freed, you know, it's all very empowering, right? Like, you're like, oh, wow, like Neil Gaiman, he sure knows how to treat women right. But it turns out that he's a bit creepy. He didn't break the law. I don't think that, but he's creepy. So, you know, sometimes I think that the people who wear white, it's all that is gold does not all that is gold. All that is gold does not glitter. And the concept is, you know, in the terms of Frodo talking about the Ranger Strider, I think Frodo says something like the enemy would appear fairer and feel fouler, but he appears fouler but feels fairer. So in a sense, sometimes people are wolves in sheep's clothing in order to get closer to the people they're targeting, women or whatever. Goodbye, Tab. In a way, the painting looks like a coworker had in Kroger on the left. I can see your pouty expression. That's the only reason I believe that story. There's a line between chivalrous and simpery, though. Yeah, absolutely, Ben. Absolutely. In fact, I would argue that most women don't actually want. Women are okay with having a man around who simps for them, but they are ultimately not going to give them their babies. They will fuck the simp, but they won't give the simp their babies. And therein lies the problem. But he was great with kids. Yeah, Gaiman just got money and started actually acting on the creepy stuff he always wanted to do, and used a mask of tolerance and ideological right side of history so people wouldn't notice. Yeah. Bro, I'd be referencing that director on a near daily basis. The more I learn about child actors, the more I dream about wood chippers and millstones. Okay. Good luck, Sim. All of the foot play scenes hit different after learning. Oh my gosh. Look, if you have like a weird thing, right? And you have it in the bedroom and it's consensual. And in fact, Neil Gaiman's stuff was all like, once again, I don't actually believe he broke the law, but he was cheating on his wife and family. He was behaving like a creep. He was behaving like an amoral creep. You know, like as soon as you have a man having sex with a nanny, I think you've gone into some weird territory. There's nothing, you know, whatever they want to do in the bedroom together, as long as it's legal and consensual and everyone is a legal adult, you know, whatever. But it's still creepy. They'll have sex with the attractive simps. Yeah, they will. But they won't. And they might even give the simp the baby. But at the first opportunity for a air quote real man to come around, like, you know, like an alpha male or whatever, they will absolutely drop the simp. They will cheat on him. And they will give the other guy a baby. or whatever. Elitist gamer who's also an attractive female, because now you're not just perceived as elitist, you're doing it for sexual attention. Yeah, I mean, that could be a situation that might happen. Breaking the law is not a prerequisite for being a creep. Exactly. Yeah. You can be a creep without breaking the law. There's a clear moral line you can cross, and that dude for sure crossed it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think Epic, that's treading even closer than Neil Gaiman, though. Let's all be real. That's creepy AF. I never got into that show, so I missed out. Okay, let's keep going.
Women can pick up that weird energy. They can.
They can. Yeah, but I think our society is has been encouraging, I should say. Not more recently, but for a while now, society has been encouraging women with this weird notion that if you run out and you like get drunk a little bit, girl, and you have a bit of fun, and you go out and get laid with that nice little boy, it's all good. And I think there are a lot of women who lower their barriers by using certain substances, or because they're just with a group and they want to fit in. Do you know how many people told me, like, how can I say this? Whenever my V card status came up, people would immediately start giving me like, oh, well, maybe you're a lesbian, or maybe this or that. Like, the amount of times people can't cope with you not following normal cultural stuff, they start losing their shit. What do you mean you don't drive? What do you mean you don't have a house with a white picket fence? What do you mean you haven't kissed a guy? They start losing their mind, and they start treating you like a child, actually. So you can see why a lot of girls will run out, and in order to kind of fit in with this new culture of just playing it fast and loose, they'll just go out and they'll have sex with anyone. And that's what these creeps are waiting for. They're waiting for the woman who's lacking self-confidence, who's lacking a positive father figure, who doesn't have a good brother in her life, who doesn't have a good uncle or grandpa, who has no understanding of what a real man is like. And those are the women they're targeting. They don't target women like Party or myself. They don't target Shay, because they know better. As soon as they talk to us for about 5 minutes, they're like, whoop! They start fading. Oh yeah, that's right, Ben. That's right. That's right. I'm a gay man. I forgot about that. That's not how you build. So it's 100% accurate, because women like men with confidence, absolutely, and competence. And that usually what simps lack, so they make up for it through love bombing, but that's not how you build solid connection. Yeah, the connection will last for a few, for a little bit, but it's not gonna. Girls are each other's biggest critics, for real. That's sad, yeah. Yeah, I don't know where Simply Pure came from. Welcome, Simply. Simply's new to the chat. But we're glad you're here. Pastor's daughter type, where they try to lure women who think they have a reason to be confident in situations they suddenly grow dependent in. True. Yeah. Yeah. I know you guys were homeschooled, but high school chicks are biatchy AS. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. I've gotten that since I don't behave like a dog in heat around women. Some assume I'm a sodomite. Disgusting. Yeah, I mean, here's the fact, Willie. Like, people freak out, and then other people who don't have personal convictions become very, very stressed and tense. They get very concerned, and then they compromise. And these are the people that these white knights are targeting. The people who are worried and want to fit in. And they think this nice guy who's treating them kindly seems to be nice, right? So they get a little bit they get a little bit buzzed. They are having night on the town. They bang a guy, right? But at the end of the day, yes, Shay just swanning through life, accidentally door slamming men in the face. I think it's the naivete that serves as blood in the water. That's true. Naivete is also a huge, yeah. It's kind of like they're yeah. High school girl seems to last till 22. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going.
They absolutely can. And so it doesn't even really work, but that's why they keep trying it.
Yeah,
Honestly,
they keep
it's
trying.
way. Yeah, better than an incel, better an incel than a cuck. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's, I mean, why be either one, right?
It means to be a strong woman suggests that we need to be able to physically overpower our male opponents.
Well, I mean, the assumption is if it's sex, if you're defining yourself as a human by whether you had sex or not, then cucks are winning over incels, because incels are not getting anything. But do you really want to be a cuck? No. So I agree with him here. You don't want to be either.
Suggests that we need to be able to physically overpower our male opponents. The greatest example of this for me is Abby from The Last of Us 2, who is not only the least relatable female protagonist I've seen in like any game ever, she's also said to be extremely unlikable from the start for what she does to our beloved Joel. The game tries its best to make you sympathize with her by telling you her part of the story, but the combination of her unrealistic build and her actions throughout the game just make me resent her. And yes, it is an unrealistic—
Well, people just aren't going to like the character, right? I mean, if you make an ugly, unlikable character, people are going to not like them. It's just crazy how, again, it's like it's a caveman that has to rediscover fire every time a game releases. Of course nobody wants to see that shit. Why would anybody want to see that? Yeah, I didn't play that game. Like, I never even played The Last of Us Part 1. You know, that was in my WoW era, so I never did that. It's trash, still sold like millions. Yeah, because The Last of Us 1 was like such a foundational game. It like really kind of, it was like a, it was like the proof that you could make a game that was not just like a combat game. It was basically like a narrative storytelling game and have it be very good. So yeah, it's the birth of movie games. Yeah, exactly. It was that. It was like basically the I don't know, like the proof of concept for like those types of games.
Okay, so we're not going to get into the Last of Us argument. I refuse. However, if you do want to tackle the subject of, let's see. I'm looking something up. It is this one. Okay, so I've actually seen most of this. Wait 1 second. Okay, so I don't know if chat is familiar, but there is a person on YouTube called Aiden Paladin, who is somebody, oh my lord, this is so janky. Janky AF. Okay. So Aiden Paladin, who I actually really like. I've been following Aiden Paladin for a little while now. And Aiden Paladin did a really good coverage of this. You can see I put a thumbs up here. It's called Death of the Superwoman. No One Likes a Girl Boss. And she actually goes into talking about the notion of the girl boss and the different kinds of girl bosses. And she looks at data. So if you're not ready, if your brain is not ready for data dumps, you might struggle with this one. But she got the data. She's actually extremely intelligent woman. I think she has a master's or a PhD in, I want to say something like sociology, but I know it's more than that. So I don't want to say she's not a sociologist. She's something else. but anyway, she goes into talking about what are the degrees of acceptable girl bosses, and the links to I think it was like yes, here. So if the objectification is low, and it's so there's like how can I say it? There's like an impact of beauty that's involved, basically. And it's a very complex, it's very, very complex. I will share it in chat, so if you want to look into it. But this actually talks about basically the large takeaway is if you're attractive, you can be very how can I say it? If you are attractive, you can get away with a lot. But if you are unattractive in a conventional sense, then people will become less likely to embrace any kind of aggressiveness or girl boss. Yeah, I'll try to stay still, Shay. I'm getting a bit excited. I had to turn to my second monitor, so. That bodybuilder is a woman? Yeah. The body types are very diverse, so I can see a real argument for diverse female designs. But back to what I said, I want those designs to be the developer's uncoerced choice. Yeah. And also, Epic, you have to think not just about what the developers want, right? Like, it would be lovely in an ideal world that people will pay us money for something we want to make. But that is not the ideal world. And there is this idea that because of globalization, that you will find an audience out there if you're true to yourself. The truth is, yes, you will. You will definitely find an audience. But that only works for very small studios that have a small overhead. You do not have the luxury, because this is a luxury for creatives. This is not a right. You are not entitled to be financially supported by an audience. You earn that right by giving the audience what they want. Now, what if you don't like what you're making? Then you should probably stop trying to make a living out of it, and you should just do it for fun on the side as a hobby. It's the same thing with me, right? If I wanted to work as a writer, and unless I somehow get lucky, which is very, very unlikely, I will not be able to make money writing what I actually want to write. The only way I could write what I actually want to write is by working to a certain degree as, let's say, an ESL teacher, and then the rest of the time I spend my spare time writing what I want to write. Because you can be true to yourself, but you'll just end up like H.P. Lovecraft with stomach cancer because you couldn't feed yourself. Story pump and journalists desperate for validation. Well, I also think, Wooly, that The Last of Us Part 1 and 2 are examples of modern gaming that represent modern storytelling sensibilities with the uncertain morality and all of that. So that's probably why everyone thought it was so deep, because it's so complex and no one's a hero, no one's a villain. So it's just like, oh boy. For men too, if Gaiman looked like a model, he would have been able to go further with his creepy nonsense. I think so. Yeah. I do think males who are more handsome get away with more with women. Do they get away with society in general? Well, no. We know that there is a general societal outcry about creepy male behavior, right? But with women, on an individual basis, absolutely. Right? Now there will be a lot of journalists, both conservative and far left, who would, you know, give a hue and a cry. Oh no, he's a creep, right? Absolutely. There are those people who will go after bros who are creepy because of their personal beliefs or whatever. But we're talking about average women, your average woman on the block will absolutely let a very handsome man take her around. Yeah. Look at that Netflix show about that woman who got conned out of tons and tons of money because of a handsome man and the life that he projected to her. Of course, for women, it's more than just he is handsome. He has to have a certain amount of charisma. There's a certain attitude, a certain panache. He has to exude competence. He probably should also look like he's on his way up if he's not already up. So for a woman, there are a lot more boxes that a man has to tick off. But that's up to men, right? It's men's biology, you know, generally encourages them to only tick off one or two boxes. A woman has a whole host for a variety of reasons. I've already talked about this before, so I'm not going to go through it again. But yeah. Yeah. But if a guy is hot enough and she's mentally damaged enough, like in terms of, let's say, her psychology has been she's been poorly raised, she has no self-esteem, she's stupid, she's drunk, or whatever, a hot man is going to have way better chance at making her make a mistake than an average man. Absolutely. Yeah. Women crack that whip for sure. Simply be a boss. Got it. Yeah. But it's not just that simple as well, right? There's, like I said, there's a whole checklist with a woman, and a lot of times they also have to have a lot of issues before the woman who's sleeping around with just anyone usually has a host of issues that make her literally impossible to rely on for long-term relationship. That's all I'm going to say. She's a hoe. Let's all be real.
Build. I'm sorry, but we are in a post-apocalyptic world. Even if she did have access to like top-of-the-line gym equipment in her commune, I doubt that they could ration enough greens and protein for her meal prep to allow her enough time to even get close to that physique. You would need some post-apocalyptic steroids, which sets an unhealthy standard, by the way, to make it make sense.
Right.
But no, the industry thinks I'm an idiot because I'm supposed to say, oh, great, a strong woman, because there's nothing other than huge muscular arms that could mean a strong woman. Going back to an old game, I'll compare Abby to Jade from Beyond Good and Evil. Now, this game originally came out in 2003, and the protagonist is actually more of a tomboy, but she's still very charming, and the game encourages you to find ways other than physical fighting to progress. It has great stealth, she's brave, she wants to expose her government for their evil doings, just a very likable character and someone that you could root for. She looks pretty and somehow is in no way sexualized. Weird that they could do that, right? Speaking of
they have plenty of, I mean, everybody's going to sexualize a character. I mean, people sexualize animals. Like,
I agree with Aspen.
I mean, you're going to have a person, like, you put a person out there, they're going to sexualize the character. They sexualize Pokemon.
They sexualize Severus Snape, for goodness sake. I think she's I think she's put her head in the sand about this. I can absolutely say that you find the right guy, and there's a guy who's going to find that chick attractive.
Like, and they even have like, I mean, there's like the green Pokemon, there's Lopunny, and there's Vaporeon. There's even like a tier list of sexualized Pokemon. Gardevoir? Yeah, that's the one that I'm thinking of, right? Yeah. So, I mean, this is just what's going to happen. It's not like this is a bad thing. That's just the way it is. You missed your point? No, I didn't. The point is that, the point that she was making was that the character was made to be attractive, and then it's counterbalanced by people not wanting to be like having the character sexualized. Like, a character can be attractive but sexualized. I bet there's plenty of Rule 34 on this character. There is on every character almost that's even mildly attractive, but that doesn't mean that it's a bad thing.
Yeah, I actually agree with Asmongold picking this girl's argument apart. 10 out of 10 for Baldy here. 10 out of 10 for Baldy. I get her suggestion that the way that the character, like, because the character's breasts are basically covered, because let's be real, that character hardly has any breasts. The character has very short hair. The character is clearly a tomboy archetype. There's nothing wrong with that. But there are guys out there who like girls with small boobs, who like the tomboy type. There's so are they a bit rarer? Sure. You know, there are a lot of guys who like girls with, you know, more packaging. But to suggest that that character cannot be sexualized because she has tiny boobs and she has you know, her boobs covered and she's a tomboy, that's
Characters, let's talk about Concord. Aside from the fact that none of the characters are appealing in any way, and I do mean
this is under sexualization, not that other character who was wearing lipstick. This is absolutely 110% oatmeal.
Male or female, they're also just poorly designed. There is no personality to them, no depth, nothing that would inspire me to, I don't know, want to cosplay them, for example.
I could see the tail girl kind of being popular, but like this granny, no. This is just cringe. This is just lame. I hate this psychological aspect between human interactions and relations. Crying face. Yeah. It's daunting. Simply, it's very, very daunting. And Racken says Snape wives. Oh. I was hugely into Snape / Hermione. I was all about that arranged marriage fiction. Fantasy, by the way. I'm not into that IRL. Hello. Not crossing the streams here, but it was pretty. Some of the stories were wild and I loved it. Wasn't there a trend of men and women exposing themselves as tree lovers 5 years ago? I have never heard of that epic. Also, when she gets the alpha to fall in love with her, the man needs to still be alpha, but tamed, but not become a lesser man. That's every romance. So yes, it's the Beauty and the Beast and the magic of the hoo-hoo. It's in A Billion Wicked Thoughts. Just read A Billion Wicked Thoughts, everyone. Just read it. Now I get why nobody is dating. Well, I mean, it's cougars and silver foxes. Is that an indigenous granny? What? I thought she looks like you, party. But not hot wife material. Well, there's a sexualized materials of her. It isn't from the devs. Yes. So here's the point, though, Wooly. You can't speak for every man, number one. And number two, just because the devs didn't make her sexualized doesn't mean that she couldn't be sexualized. So it's still subjective. I think it's still relative. For the who, wah? Overwatch Tracer 34 unironically brought more advertising revenue for Blizzard than any of their advertising campaigns. Tracer 34. Also, my piggies have decided that thunder means same thing as human calling for treats. Oh. What do you miss? We're talking about how this girl only plays old games, and she finds that old games are less afraid of making women attractive, and she doesn't find old game females hypersexualized per se, but extremely attractive. Whereas I agree with Asmongold. I think her argument is a bit weak. We could just say that old games had attractive women and had hypersexualized women, and within reason, both were fine. Jade ain't it. Yeah. But she could be attractive to somebody. I still think Asmongold has a point here where we don't need to look back and put check marks on old material and say, well, this is just an attractive woman, not sexualized, so it's fun and it's okay and I enjoyed it. I don't know.
Example.
See, I think that's like such a huge like baseline. Is like, would you see people that want to dress up as these characters? Abso-fucking-lutely not. That's such a crazy benchmark, and I think it's such a good idea.
I mean, half of them look like they're a ripoff of something that...
I'm not discrediting the Forest Wooly. I'm disagreeing with a minor argument. Lara Croft was always hypersexualized, but she was incredibly capable. Yeah, and I mean, that was an oldie goldie time, right? And we don't need to apologize for the old Lara Croft. We don't need to be like, oh, Lara Croft, oh no. Right?
that already exists. Sindel from Mortal Kombat has certainly seen better
Good one.
days. You compare these to heroes from other hero shooters, even the free-to-play ones, and you can see that there's a massive difference. Like, these are beloved characters. People have cosplayed these. You know, they're memorable. People that haven't even played the games know who they are and would likely know them by name as well. Whereas...
And Valorant, for example, and Overwatch would count as modern games, in my opinion. But they still know how to sell to customers. So the problem isn't new game versus old game. The problem is people in the industry are making stuff in order to be correct instead of making stuff that the customers like. That's the problem.
That's true with Overwatch.
Concord's heroes are at best like 800 V-Bucks Fortnite skins. And you know what? Even Fortnite skins have more personality than what they've created here.
They do.
We know by now that when something like this gets any sort of criticism, the industry will tell you that it doesn't matter because it's the opinion of straight men, so it doesn't count. Which
well, that's fine. Here's the thing, right? Is like if you want to make a video, like, here's the truth, is that while there are girls that like playing these games, I guarantee you that the amount of people that are playing Space Marine 2, it's probably going to be a bunch of guys. It's guys. Like, that's it. It's guys. And I don't think they necessarily have to be straight. I'm pretty sure lots of gay guys think it's badass too. It's like not really, that's like two different spectrums in my opinion. But like, yeah. So if you make a game that's intentionally designed to alienate the largest audience of people that play video games, you're going to have an upward battle when you're trying to sell that game. This is common sense.
Yeah, see, this is what I'm suggesting. This is not an old game, new game per se problem. I would argue it's within the new game genres, like within more recent years, there have been games that have been doing very well and selling very well, even though they're relatively new. But it is becoming increasingly common when a game does fall flat, like Concord, for example, or Dustborn, that when it does fall flat and people don't want to buy it because it's too preachy or because it's not developed well enough or it looks like oatmeal, then everyone who comes out and criticizes it is instantly being labeled as an istophobe. And therein lies the issue. Because clearly there are other games that are being made where people are extremely sexy and very, very attractive. It's just that when certain games come out that aren't catering to the main crowd and the main crowd doesn't buy it or criticizes it, then the main crowd is being shamed for wanting what the main crowd wants, which I think is very stupid. Why would you shame the audience you're trying to lure in? It's insanity to me. Baldur's Gate 3 proves her argument wrong. Oh my gosh, I made the hottest elf man ever. Holy shit.
By the way, great job ignoring and vilifying like a huge chunk of your audience.
Yeah,
However,
exactly.
when I as a woman express my opinions and say that I don't like it, I explain the issues that I have with it, I will be told that I'm just being a pick-me girl,
Right.
pandering to the men that don't like it. Give
Of
me
course.
a break.
Ooh, am I a pick-me girl?
A dragon break. You're telling me straight up that a woman is incapable of coming to that conclusion on her own without men telling her that that is the way.
Well, of course that's exactly what they're saying. These are the same people that said the reason why voter ID laws are racist is because black people don't know where the DMV is. They don't know how to use the internet. Like, no. I mean, like, true. Absolutely, that's the reason. No, go back, watch the VOD. I didn't believe it either. I didn't. Go back, watch the video. We uploaded it yesterday onto the Clips channel. It was crazy. It's the same people it is. They're awful. It's awful.
And I was in university where if you as a woman spoke out and tried to bring some common sense back into the argument, you were silenced. Absolutely. And at one point, even I didn't say anything in class anymore, and I was just sharing a story about my mother's miscarriage, and I was silenced because I made someone else in that classroom uncomfortable who had had an abortion. Oh no, suddenly I can't talk about my mother's miscarriage. So my voice was silenced as a woman by another woman. Yeah. Lara Croft's boobs also got smaller every time the characters redesigned. That does appear to be the case. There was like one Lara Croft that I watched my one friend play, and she looked like a very ordinary woman. Maybe they think shaming the audience creates critical consciousness. They think shaming the audience will educate them to agree and believe what they believe. Did I smack her? No. But I just got mad. So profits would be nice, but an ESG fund will cover the cost and social conflict is good for them. Yeah, basically. Your experience made one person too uncomfortable. Silence, peasant. Yeah. So this girl gets shamed for speaking out. There have been other people like Zoe Saldana, who stood up for Chris Pratt. People went after Zoe Saldana. Suddenly, these supposedly inclusive people became raging racists. It was insanity. Yes. Party is sharing our Discord. You're welcome to join our Discord if you want some debates. We try to keep it respectful in there and open, generally. I'm too white and privileged. Yes. My upbringing was, full of white and full of privilege. I think the main problem is the male space of gaming is being replaced by HR women. Ooh, Karn, yeah. Maybe the devs are playing an S&M game with players that we don't know about, maybe.
Full people.
Yeah.
You know what they call that? So yeah, instead of arguing with you and getting called a talentless freak...
I don't care is a huge labor of... Oh, right. This is the Concord developer.
actual quote from Concord developer, I'm just gonna go and create a new Minecraft world. So as I have said, beautiful women in gaming seem to be an absolute no-go nowadays. And we see this in the new...
It's because they're trying to make the characters, like, modern. I think it's actually guys that are pushing this because they think that's what women want. And the reason why they're pushing it is because they don't know how to act around women. I think that's the real reason. Like, they don't know how to act, they don't know how to treat women, they don't know how to talk to them, etc. Like, it's just like, these are people that think that the way that you talk to women is, like, different than the way that you talk to men, in a way. And it's like I don't know, like, I could go on about this for, like, 30 minutes. About how, like, there's, like, this loser culture of tone policing that's done by people that don't understand how basic interactions are done. Please don't. I don't want to go. I'm not going to go as far into it again. I think I've talked about it before. Probably those pick-me artists. Yeah, exactly. It's overcorrecting. Yeah, they're, like, overcorrecting. They're trying to say it in the right way. Very, very weird behavior.
I don't think it's just that. Like, I don't think Star Wars Outlaws was made by men who thought that a woman was going to like this and want to play it. I don't think it was just that. I think we can ask ourselves a question. Why did we have to have, yet again, another female protagonist? Because we all know, okay? We all know that your average Star Wars gamer is going to be a male. And I say that as someone who has loved Star Wars and has played Star Wars The Old Republic and plans to play Knights of the Old Republic. Like, I personally think that stuff like Star Wars or Starfield or things like that happen is, number one, mismanagement within the company. Vision goes awry. I think there's certain things that the team starts to believe. They start to believe, oh, we have to have this female protagonist because we're in a world where wage gap exists and the patriarchy is still out there, and we have to fight it by having yet another female protagonist, a female plucky hero in the lead. And we can't make her conventionally pretty. We can't make her sexy because that will be further, encouraging the male gaze and this patriarchy that we're fighting. I think a large portion of the people coming out of the Silicon Valley, out of California, out of a certain North American space are either being lied to, they're out of touch with what women actually want or what men want, or they are part of the problem and they're perpetuating it on purpose. They're purposefully hijacking IPs to tell men to curb themselves. This is going to sound sexist. Keep in mind that I'm a woman. Workspaces dominated by women are the effing worst because of the passive-aggressive constant drama and fake tears to vilify others. Oh my lord. Okay, so chat, everyone. I used to work at a coffee shop, which of course was dominated by female workers. Now, everyone should know that I am not a human before 10 a.m. Now, more recently, it's 12 p.m. because my sleep schedule has kind of shifted over. But generally speaking, if all is going well and I'm moving at 8, let's say I get to start my coffee shop shift at 8 a.m., I am not talking to anyone until 10 a.m. Okay? Everyone who started working with me figured this out pretty quickly, that I might not, on very bad days, I might not even be able to say good morning. Now, it's not that I was grouchy. I wasn't being mean. I just didn't talk to anyone. But to a woman, oh my lord. So eventually this one older woman who was new to the staff and didn't know me eventually approached me and was like, "Are you angry at me?" And I was like, "No." She was like, "Did I do something wrong?" I was like, "No." She was like, "Why didn't you say good morning to me this morning?" And I was like, "I don't say good morning to anyone." She was like, "Oh." I was like, "I don't like talking to people before 10 a.m. She was like, "Oh." I was like, "Yeah, I don't hate you. You're fine. I'll let you know if I do." We were fine after that. Now, the reason why we were able to have this exchange was because she was an older ex-British lady who was like in her 50s, and she was very blunt. So she wasn't afraid to come up to me and talk to me. But there were other newer girls who were very shy and very scared. And when I hovered in the background, not talking to people, they would be like, "Oh, what's going on?" And this old British lady would be like, "Oh, don't worry about her. She just doesn't talk before 10 a.m." So that's how things are. Women can go ballistic. Just work at a coffee shop with a whole bunch of women. It's pretty nut bar. I would rather work with 20 men than 20 women. Absolutely. Because at least something will get done and be productive. Yeah, I think some guys are very unorganized from the sounds of it. Sometimes they just piddle around. I prefer not to work with humans. I'm an equal opportunist. I'm both a misandrist and a misogynist. It's called misanthropy. Yeah, that's what I am. I'm misanthropic. I hate working with people. The fact that I'm teaching part-time right now, it's a character growth time for me. I would rather work with 100 men than 2 women. You'll get canceled for telling the truth. Yeah. I wait the time when AAA games just do the Mass Effect, Cyberpunk, Prey, Saints Row thing where you just pick a male or female MCU design. Yeah. I think it depends on the workplace. My team is mostly women. We're super good together, but our manager, who is a woman, is very no nonsense. Yeah. Might be who's in control. I can't play my Hispanic card, immigrant card, bisexual card, woman card, and poverty card. True. Leadership, yeah. No one wants an a-hole coworker. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I would prefer robot coworkers. I'm with you, Epic. Young people, yeah, young people are often the issue. So for me, it's not even about these male designers don't know how to treat women because they're clued out or they're socially whatever. I honestly believe there's also this thing where either consciously or subconsciously they're parroting certain political, socio-political standpoints, and this is causing this trouble.
Star Wars Outlaws. It feels like the developers literally went out of their way to diminish this character's looks, especially when you compare her to her face model.
No, they didn't. The game was just garbage. Nothing about this game was good.
And by the way, I heard that the voice acting for this game, this voice actress for this, I don't know if this is the voice actress, but I think this is the face model. That's crazy. Somebody should get fired. But anyway, the voice actress for this character apparently is phenomenal. Apparently everyone thought she was going above and beyond the Call of Duty, but the presentation of the character was completely lackluster.
Yeah, no, it actually, I think this was really no, I played it, I tried it myself. No, everything about the game is bad.
Really did her dirty.
I heard the AI was also shit.
And in their attempt to make this character less attractive, I actually think that they made her look not human. People don't look like that. Of course, the game is currently receiving backlash for a lot of other things, mainly how it feels so unfinished and broken, but aside from how she looks, it's also the fact that developers are held to these quotas at all. So they were, quote, pushing for a black or female lead in a Star Wars.
What's this here? We have a Star Wars game telling a story with a female lead is long overdue. There was a point in development for Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order where devs were pushing for a black or female lead, only to be told no because Rey was the lead for the sequel trilogy. This bizarre reasoning that Star Wars can only have one female lead character led to the creation of Cal Kestis, yet another male character. So who's Kay Vess and why is she important? Kay is already being described as the female Han Solo. You want to know what I think? I think Cal Kestis was a loser. I think he was. I think he was such a loser, annoying. Like I thought he was such a bitch. Like Ahsoka was way cooler than he was. Number one. Like I'm trying to think of like other characters. Yeah, I just thought he was just like such a bland, generic, boring character. I didn't find him interesting at all. Like I don't know, yeah, I just didn't like. I didn't find anything interesting about him in any way.
So devs were pushing for a female lead. So this has nothing whatsoever to do, really, with... This is more about just representing something, even if we can't write it correctly. And we're going to be hamstrung by societal pressures to make our characters look so realistic they look super fugly. And then you think you're going to get a female to buy this game? When a female wants fantasy and wants to be a pretty girl, unless like the female is me, in which case like I can take it or leave it, but your average woman is not going to be into this.
He seemed like, you know, insane take. Yeah, he just seemed like, you know, John Star Wars.
These cowards fear Mara. Yes, absolutely. Mara Jade should have been front and center, super hot, super attractive, super competent, and flawed, but someone who learns and then becomes extremely... Like, Mara was always practical. She would force her son, Ben, to get up, and her nephews and niece, to get up and turn off the light switch instead of using the Force to turn off the light switch for their rooms. Because she believed that you shouldn't rely on the Force all the time. That you should also be a capable person outside of being a Jedi. Mara Jade was GOAT. Mara Jade was Bamf. Mara Jade was the yin to Luke Skywalker's yang. I loved Mara Jade. One of my favorite books that I reread, beyond, of course, the X-Wing series, is not just Thrawn Trilogy, but the duology that Timothy Zahn wrote afterwards, which is Vision of something, Shadows of the Past and Vision of the Future. And it's in Vision of the Future that Luke and Mara kiss for the first time, and he asks her to, like, marry him, essentially, or be with him. Don't talk about Star Wars, it never ends well. Yeah. One day you'll play KOTOR 2 and meet Kriya. I can't wait. But what if your average woman can have their consciousness raised by reporting on the obvious misogyny, and then they'll love the game just because it's a woman lead? I will say, Anrakin, that women do have an issue. I say women, but I'm speaking generally here, present company aside. Shay is a female, Morley is a female, Party is a female, I'm obviously a female. And we are different, but your average female is more of a follower. And you are correct in the sense that it is sometimes possible to guilt trip women into thinking that they should think a certain way. But women can't deny their drive, their inner drive. And at the end of the day, a girl's going to want what a girl wants.
I don't know. Like that's really about like I felt that way with a lot of the characters in that story, at least playing through the second game. I just thought that it was so just like fuck, it was just sucked. Like, I don't know what you want me to say, it just sucked.
Let me put it this way, right? We got Star Wars, which is a major brand, okay? And we have Harry Potter, which is a major brand. If we were going to break down the statistics of which one more women bought or more females bought, I would not be surprised if it was discovered that more females bought into and enjoyed Harry Potter than this. Because the trailers for Harry Potter made the game look good. Your student that you could make looked good, albeit there was no pale skin option, so I felt unrepresented. Hashtag 0 out of 10 game. But generally speaking, the game made you feel like you were in a fantasy. You weren't being slapped upside the head by like hyper realism all the time. And they weren't, like, because they were younger, of course, they weren't concerned about sexualizing them because they're all school students. So that's another thing. Progress. Do you like the Horus Heresy series of 40K? Or Shay, whoever read them. I'm reading Hero of the Imperium. I'm reading the Caiaphas Cain stuff. Potatoes, pastas.
This is boring. Yeah, it was like generic. Like, yeah.
Game. Now, what this tells me is that the character and the story don't matter as much as their identity. So this is why we're no longer getting well-written and actually interesting, strong female leads in games. Women have become a box that needs to be checked. We can sort of see this in the kind of criticism that games that go against the current are receiving as well, like Black Myth Wukong. An issue that some reviewer had was that they didn't come across any female characters in the beginning of the game. Now, there are female characters in Wukong, but if you don't meet them straight away, that is bad for some reason.
I don't know. I thought this was the biggest self-report of games journalists that we've had in years. Because, like, there's a lot of female characters in the game, but they don't appear until later in the game, so it means that whenever they reviewed the game, they didn't play the whole game. Like, that...
If that was true, that would be hilarious. I would be laughing so hard. It all started when gatekeeping became a bad word, yeah. It's a diverse game if you think of the monkeys as after. Ben! Oh my lord. And there we go with chat. Oh, Ben. But she has a point and he has a point. I will say, though, she slapped Siri on in there and a couple others, and some of those I would not term as old games. But they were... I just simply think that we've seen an acceleration since Trump stepped down from office. I think we've seen an acceleration in insanity. I'm not saying Trump was actually fixing a situation. What I mean to say is, like, so when did he get in? 2016. That's when we had the panic era. And then after 4 years, so 2020 and onward, 2019 and onward. I thought you read chat in your head. No, I do not. Yeah, I think like maybe it started as early as 2016. But once again, this video game person did not clarify what constitutes old games. So 2021 he left office. Okay, see? What do I know?
Like, 'cause it's obvious, right? Like, that's such a huge self-report.
We're not letting developers tell a story how they want to tell it, how it's meant to be told. We need to dictate how they're telling these stories so that they will fit our standards. In the year 2000, 24 years ago, Diablo 2 came out. Now this was years before we had any of these new ideas and standards. The game's opening act centers around the women who were forced to leave their monastery because of the Demon Queen and Dario. These women are warriors themselves or rogues, perfectly capable of holding their own, but they do seek the hero's help, which can be male or female depending on your class, as they are being overrun by their corrupted sisters.
Yeah,
the first
naturally.
mini-boss is a callback to one of the main classes in Diablo 1. Then we have the Countess, which is a really clever historical reference to Elizabeth Bathory, or one of the most prolific female serial killers of all time. Now, this fits the world perfectly, and above all, it's just great for Act 1. Finally, you face my favorite boss in the game, Andariel, the Maiden of Anguish. I go back to Diablo 2 all the time because it feels like you're actually part of like a really dark and interesting story.
I think the problem, like, if you want to dial it in, I think the problem is that when you try to dial in stories that are from old games, the stories feel like they're made with like an intrinsic sense of creative vision. And I think that now all stories are made with like a lot of like baggage, right? Where it's like you can't show certain things, you can't have certain types of interactions. And like there's so many guardrails that are put on video games now that I think that it creates a point where the immersion just simply isn't there.
I agree with him. I agree with Baldy. She's talking about Diablo, and she's talking about how these women were used. And clearly, they were not afraid to show women as being, you know, empowered and running out and being a warrior or a rogue. But they were also not afraid to show the women as just being straight up evil and psychotic. So in this day and age, if we were going to do a video game reenactment of Carmilla, Laura wouldn't only get the positive treatment, we'd also be made to feel sorry for Carmilla. And there would be this whole thing about Carmilla being actually a misunderstood victim of patriarchy, right? Instead of just letting Carmilla be Carmilla. She said the T word. Ah, thanks, Morley. Yeah. He never left for some people. Yeah. The louder Trump is, the louder woke stuff is. That's true. Skyrim was 2011, right? It had loads of male and female characters in various archetypes. Yeah. Like, it can be done, but when the focus is on gender and ethnicity, the end result shit. Yeah. The modern redemption of Lilith. Yeah, like if we can't just let women just be evil too, it gets to the feeling of I'm feeling like I'm being pandered to. Like, I can't have a woman who's deeply flawed and just evil. I have to explain away why Cruella de Vil would try to kill 101 dogs for a coat. Oh, well, you understand. The Dalmatians killed her parents. That's why she wants to make a fur coat out of puppy skins. And it's just insanity. Like, stop it. We could just have someone be a bitch and just leave it there. Like, same thing with, you know, trying to redeem Scar. We could just leave it there. So I find it so interesting that with Diablo 2, they had these strong, empowered women, but they also had the extremely flawed and corrupt women. I tried to forget that existed. Oh, you're welcome, Ben. RPG as Carmilla rising to an evil throne. Yeah. And you're just like completely psychopathic. But you can't blame the female dogs, so all of them are male.
Yeah, there's like a lot of cultural baggage to the games. And I think that's why games like Black Myth Wukong, or, you know, I can think of like 10 other games that are kind of the same way, are like a breath of fresh air in a way, because you can do whatever you want to do. Dragon Age Origins really felt immersive. Yeah, it's like you can't get immersed in a game when you're constantly being reminded, like through like very subtle character interactions, that these interactions are being done in a way to like reinforce a societal norm or a cultural expectation. Like,
I have a question for chat. So setting aside this whole thing, Elden Ring is technically a game that was made in modern times, but it's based off of a genre that has been around for some period of time. In Elden Ring, since I don't know all of the narrative yet, but I think Wooly might, Ben might, Epic might, I'm sure there are other people in chat who might know. Are any of the females who are represented in Elden Ring, are there any of them that are, their evilness is hand waved away? How would Love Lies of P take of a Disney princess story where it's about staying a princess or evolving into an evil queen? Yeah. It's explained, not hand waved. The characters have conviction. And Elden Ring was written by an old, fat, privileged white man, at least in part. Yeah, true. Oh, that would be fun. Yeah. It's presented without comment. Do you think, Wooly, presenting it without comment is really what we want? What do you think? I think it's something I would want. Like, I don't want an author to remind me, oh, by the way, just want you to remember that this is bad. Like, don't worry, I know. But I don't know. Like, I don't need people to always be harping on whether a character is justified or not justified. I can, like, that part of it can be kind of your experience, your interaction with it. Without comment, you mean how to feel. I agree. Being told how to feel. Yeah. Okay. And so, like, if in that story the women just so happen to be making ethically or morally poor choices, it's stated the flawed women are flawed, or the positive women are positive, so on and so forth, and not ruin the narrative. Yeah. Well, yeah, Leo, you can't avoid your personal beliefs.
When I start seeing that in games, it starts to get very, like, I stop believing that I'm in a fantasy world. Does that make sense? Like, I stop thinking that I'm actually in a fantasy world, and I start thinking, like, oh yeah, I forgot, like, these people make these games have this viewpoint. It's cumbersome. Yeah, it is.
There was a movie called Free Guy with Ryan Reynolds. I actually kind of like Ryan Reynolds. I like his comedy and his wit. So I went in to see it with a friend who had some tickets. So we went in together. And as the film progressively continued, I was, bit by bit, my ability to suspend my disbelief and just enjoy it was literally eroded by the messaging. And by the end of the film, I felt nothing. Because this is what happens to me. I go in with an open mind. I go in just ready to have fun. And then they start taking it away. The bigger the studio, the worse the story gets. Oh, that's possible. Maybe it's like mismanagement. Elden Ring presents a very Gnostic alchemic world, borderline nihilistic, deeply melancholic, and tragic in the epic sense. Yeah, so maybe nobody is a hero and nobody is a villain, really, Wooly. Or everyone's a villain, maybe. You kill a couple of the most evil ones, no single character is fully good or fully evil. Yeah, so maybe no heroes or villains. As typical for George R. R. Martin. the history is tragedy. It's left scars even to today. Yeah.
None of it feels forced. The characters don't appear to have been added for the sake of any quotas or
Sure.
checked boxes, and it's all very natural and organic. I know in the past there were, of course, games that had, say, over-the-top depictions with female characters, and an example that is often brought up is Mortal Kombat 9.
Yeah.
But the thing about this is, everything in Mortal Kombat was historically...
Well, you've also got to think about if you go to an anime convention and you look at the girls cosplaying, you know what they're cosplaying? They're cosplaying stuff like this. Like, what do you think girls don't want to be attractive?
I cosplayed as a man, just so you know.
What? What? Wait, it's again, it's a caveman rediscovering fire.
If you're hot and you are attractive enough and you think you can get your bikini wax and you think you can put together stuff, and if your boobs don't somehow magically save and you can duct tape them up, yeah, I'm pretty sure an average hoe will definitely go and dress up like that for cosplay. For sure. Not me, obviously. I'm not normal. But even if I had that kind of a body, I wouldn't. Somehow. If I somehow miraculously had that. Way too much stress. The only time I cosplayed, I actually crossplayed. Bizarrely enough. Strangely enough.
over the top. Like, we're talking literally pulling someone's spine out or feeding their spleen back to them.
Exactly.
I don't know, I made that one up, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was real. Like, a whole rating system had to be created because of these games. So, really, I don't know if I would see it as like a valid complaint. Like, it's there, I get it, but also...
Well, it's retarded.
It's like the MMOs. The MMOs that Asmongold sometimes tries out where the breasts are literally unbelievable compared to the waist. But everyone knows. Like, everyone should know this is not reality. Hello?
You have a game where you can pull people's head off with their spine intact. You can pull their throat out. You can cut them in half. At the moment that you have a character with anything larger than a D cup, this is somehow over the line. What the fuck are we talking about? What's going on here? Like, where's the priorities? This is crazy. And she's not even real. It's not even a real character. It's not a real person. It's like, and I think this is what's so crazy, right? Is like, for me, as like, and I don't even think I'm a normal guy. I think I'm very much a weirdo. But like, do you remember that one post that people made of like that girl that like some guy took a picture of him, of this girl, and like the girl was really hot. And I was like, this is weird because it's a real person. And like people are like, yeah, that's true. It's like, I don't know about you guys, but like, am I the only person that can obviously tell the difference between, oh, wow, this is weird because it's a real person and consent isn't being offered, versus, oh, it's a video game character, of course she's got big boobs. It's obvious, right? Like, I mean, I'm not crazy, am I? Any normal person would. Yes, any normal person would. Of course. Yes. Like, I don't understand where we're coming from here. Many guys don't understand consent. Many guys don't understand consent. Honestly, I think the answer to that is yes.
Do you agree, chat? What does chat think? Do guys not understand consent? Depends on the culture, says Arm. Sim says yes. No, party. They don't understand how to apply it IRL. Like, I think if you asked a guy, what does the word consent mean? They would be able to probably give you a variation of this dictionary definition. We're not talking about knowing the dictionary definition. We're talking about understanding when it applies within a situation. Do guys understand consent? Yes or no? So we're talking about in relationships with a woman. So let's say he's with a woman. The woman is, let's say, close to passing out. She's not really in her right mind. He knows that she can't fight back. Does a man in that moment, but she might have enough wherewithal maybe to make a half a pass. So would a guy understand me having sex with this half passed out human is probably creepy? I don't know if that example even works. I don't know. I love chat. I'm just reading chat in my head because I don't want to read stuff out loud, just in case. Okay, let's start from the top. Most guys understand consent. The application. Wooly points out if men didn't understand consent, rape would not be a crime. Like when a girl isn't going along with your advances, but you push her more to be more honest. That's consent, right? Understanding the spirit of the word consent, to that I say no. Leo says, I've met only respectful men and young men in my life. There's always the creepy guy, but they aren't most of them. I think so many North American women try to pass regret off as lack of consent that men are confused now. There's a couple of other situations, Shay, that I think confuse men even more. Most American men know about consent. The question is, do they respect it? It's probably hard for them because the application seems different for different women. I would say that understanding consent and rejection, what do they do and do not mean in spirit, is a lesson not taught but guessed out with trial and error. It's harder for girls since less hard. No one is doing trial and error at the moment, too afraid to socialize. Okay, so I want to talk about what Wooly brings up here, because I think Wooly brings up a very good general notion. Okay, I think both men and women know when you cross a line. I think both men and women know when you cross a line. But the problem is the pursuit, the flirtation coming on. Because we live in a society where people are encouraged to pursue each other, sexually speaking, as opposed to in the ye old conservative days where a lot of that was forcefully put under wraps. And women were, whether they liked it or not, overwatched in the name of protection. Because we are now in a freer day and age, I agree with Camille Paglia that with freedom comes risk. And you have a lot of women who make decisions and then afterwards they regret it. And they withdraw their consent retroactively. And that's a dick move. They should not be able to do that. But there's another problem. Women like to be chased. So there are instances where a woman will say no because she wants the man to chase her. In fact, I've read more than a couple romances, both straight and, Fujoshi material, where the female character specifically says no because she wants the man to chase her. And when the man respects her too much, she feels a bit let down. And then she has this whole modern interaction in her head of like, oh, he's so respectful, but I wish he would, da 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 da. And in fact, in Dragon Bride, there is a whole moment where she's railing against him for respecting her and then chastising herself because she doesn't want him to keep his distance. And so she's blaming him, but she knows that she shouldn't blame him because he's being respectful. Is it any surprise that some men might therefore get this impression that if I just keep pushing, she'll say yes? And in the case of some women, unfortunately, they will say yes, but not because they want to. It's because they have no damn spine. Because they were raised by weakling parents who didn't teach a girl to adequately say no means no. And I have said no means no to men before, and they've definitely gotten a clue. Now, it's not been often, let me tell you. The chances of a guy coming up to me and asking is pretty, it's pretty low. but the couple times that usually, unfortunately, it's men between the age of about 50 and 80 who are homeless. They seem to be very attracted to me. I don't know why. They tend to come up to me and tell me that I have a lovely smile. Once again, I don't know why. Or that I have a nice shirt on. They're probably looking at my boobs. I don't know why, because I don't wear plunging necklines at all. But anyway, they probably have X-ray vision. So I've had creepy old men approach me at bus stops. And guess what? I stare at them and I just smile and I'm like, oh, thank you. And they go away because they probably can just tell from my body posture that if they get any closer, something bad's going to happen. I'm also very tall, so there's that too. So, you're probably not going to want to try to dominate or freak out a woman who's exactly your height. I don't want no scrub. I don't want no humanity. I like the women to chase me. Karn. Pegly as the light. Yeah. Which is where Nice Guys Finish Last came from. Kind of basically party. Yeah. Just be straightforward. Yeah. Why is it so hard to understand? Yeah. I mean, you'd have to go outside. Oh boy. Okay. Party's on fire tonight. That nap did her really good. Yes, exactly, Epic. They want the pursuit. Women want men to chase them, can seem identical to a man, than a woman going along with a guy because she doesn't think is safe to outright reject him. Therein lies the problem, Sim. Now, in old society, there were restrictions on how a guy could approach a woman, and so they could feel a bit safer. But now, without the guardrails, we have all this freedom, but now women aren't stepping up to the plate like Camille Paglia talks about. They're not stepping up to the plate and taking ownership and learning to say no. And honestly, in my opinion, Camille Paglia, for all that I agree with her, she might be idealistic because her paradigm may only work for women who are a certain personality type. It may not, in fact, be safe for many women to operate within this no holds barred approach to sexual interactions. Scrub is a guy who can't get no love from me, hanging from the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. I have a bad hip. If the women want me to chase them, They need to give me a 30-second head start. Oh, Herman, welcome. Welcome. Yeah. I love that song, Epic. It's on one of my playlists. That being said, yeah, I absolutely think men sometimes struggle to know what consent is, but part of me thinks it's not because men just woke up recently and they're all amoral. It's not because men are stupid. I think part of the problem is men still don't understand how to cope because one woman wants them to be forthright and just be straight up, and the next woman wants them to beat around the bush and chase her a little bit. Well, how are they going to know? It's not like it's on the woman's forehead. So how are they going to figure it out from woman to woman? Right? And they don't have that natural, like the women, you know, they're going to figure out the man very soon, right? So they see a guy they like, they're going to hunt down his sisters, his aunts, his mother, you know, they're going to hunt down anybody who might have dated him. They're going to get a profile on this bro that they liked. Right? They're going to be profiling this guy and figuring out what he wants so they can angle themselves in there, right? But a lot of guys are a bit more forthright. This is where it shoots them in the foot. It always takes two to tango, yeah. Tell that to Marlon Brando. Society tells men they have to find a woman and chase them, but it's also weird to chase women. Yeah, absolutely. Especially when the woman says no and means it. How can you tell the difference between a woman that says no and means it and the woman who says no but doesn't mean it? So this is where the consent thing gets a little bit iffy. But in general, I would say that men, I agree with Wooly. Historically, men understand when they cross the line, and women understand when they cross the line. I will say that there are some women and some men who are socially awkward, or they're, you know, on the Asperger's spectrum. They might struggle, but usually with experience and shame, an adequate amount of social shame, most people who use their intelligence will figure it out. The ones who are breaking the code are sociopaths, or they're narcissistic, or they have some, you know, dark triad going on.
I do. I've had a lot of female friends over the years, and I think that a lot of them don't really understand consent very well.
I think some guys who are socially incapable, and that's why they're online only, they might definitely struggle with not understanding consent. Like those creeps that you see on Moist Critical's Reacts, where he's like reacting to text messages that are this creep who is completely not getting the clue that the girl doesn't want to be with him. Absolutely. You got those like socially incompetent twats. But setting those aside, your average bro on the street, I think your average bro knows when a woman says no and means no, generally speaking. But once again, maybe there is an extreme misunderstanding because of all of this societal, you know, fluff. What is social shame? I'm a misanthrope. Just be handsome. There you go, Karn. Exactly. For real, most dudes I know on Discord are respectful. There's just always that 1%. Absolutely. I think most guys know. I agree with Wooly. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the laws that we have today. I think most people know. I think women know.
Not fully wrong. Yeah. The problem is that consenting. It's definitely a problem. If you mean by men by raw numbers, sure. I think that the majority of men do understand it.
Oh my gosh.
But I think that there's like...
Saved.
I don't know if it's like a double-digit percentage, but I know that like just based off of like girls' experiences online, almost every girl has had a problem with like some guy who doesn't understand what consent is. Creepers don't understand it. Yeah. It's a self-control issue, not a consent issue. I think it's a Venn diagram. And like, yeah, you want to talk about that, like, I don't know. But I do think it's a huge issue.
Okay, so he admitted it. Baldy admitted it. Baldy agreed with Wooly. Baldy agreed with us. Baldy agreed with chat. We all agreed. Men do understand consent. They just, some of them are socially incompetent, so they need to be taught. That for sure is real. But as well, I would argue that there are men who genuinely struggle to understand what's the difference between chasing and not chasing. And when are you chasing too hard? I definitely think there can be some confusion. There's a gray area in there.
Where it's like, I don't know. I feel like sometimes when we have these conversations about topics like this, I feel like I'm doing like that meme where it's like Hitler's bad and everybody's like, yeah, true. Like, doubt, like, can we get an L in the chat for slavery? You know, like, I feel like I'm making these like statements that are like just so obvious, but it's like huge amounts of people don't really understand it at all, right? It's not that men don't understand consent, it's that some men don't care. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I had to explain what rape was to a 30-plus man the other day. It was insane, this thought process. We were both drunk, so it was okay. I mean, I think if you hook up with somebody and two people are drunk and they hook up, I think it's like it's extremely nuanced, but it's probably not rape, right? I mean, like, let's be honest. Like,
for me, stuff like that is about, for me, it's largely about motivation. I think you know when you've done it, and you know when you haven't. And of course, there are going to be lots of people who are like, I didn't know, obviously. But the reality is there are a lot of girls who can't get relaxed enough to have fun. So they're going to tipple a little bit. And when you tipple, you're not eradicating your free will. You're simply lowering some of those gates that you would ordinarily have. It's literally liquid courage, right? So then you got a lot of girls who go out, they want to have a good night, but their brain is active, right? The Miss Marple agency is going haywire. So they tipple a bit, they get a little buzzed, right? They get a little tipsy so that they feel free to enjoy themselves. And then they wake up the next morning and they regret it. Not because they weren't in their right mind earlier, they absolutely were. It's that they regret the outcomes of what had happened after the fact. But while it was happening, there was no regret. It was totally consensual. Yeah. I think there's like 5 or 6% of men that just don't get it. Yeah, I agree, Arm. I don't think it's a majority. I think a lot of men do understand. And I would even argue out of the men that understand, I think there's a percentage of men that don't care, which is different. I think there's a big difference between not caring about consent and not understanding consent. There's literally two differences. Like that's a chasm of difference. Yeah, I agree with Leo. They get it, but they don't care. I don't think Americans have social shame anymore. Certain circles do. Certain circles. And probably, Jonathan, the groups that have the highest amount of shame is among female circles. Females go after females a lot. As far as online interactions go, is it a matter of consent when teenagers bully a girl out of an online game lobby? No? Bullying isn't an issue of consent, right, Willie? Willie, can you explain that question? How is consent linked to bullying? I'm curious. I've had nothing but drunk sex. Oh my Lord. Leo, so I would be in jail by now? Or all the women who had sex with you would be in jail, Leo? Because clearly you weren't in your right mind to consent, obviously. You've been taken advantage of, Leo, and you don't even know it. Leo is taking the blame for his abusers. It's better sober. Aw. Ben coming in here with his ancient man wisdom. That some of her girlfriends have to get tipsy before they can talk to a guy. or be open, so they purposely get tipsy. It's a thing, Epic. You're absolutely right. They aren't lying to you. 110%. Women need liquid courage to feel confident. Crosby was found innocent. Has anyone ever consented to bullying? Yeah, I'm waiting for Wooly to explain his sentence. I'm so curious what he means there. What happened? What is he talking about? I'm so curious. Females are awful to females in a lot of cultures. I had a roommate who talked about the way people in her country in Africa would treat women after one-night stands versus men. Yikes! Well, taken advantage of? Did she make him take out a home loan? The point I was trying to make, a lot of online male behavior is a filter, which women fail. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah. So when I was playing Eve Echoes, of course, that has a very high male, ratio. And there were more than a few males who would over-explain things. And from the outside, it would look like they're being patronizing. But it was literally like when you eventually got in call with them, like you instantly realized that they hadn't talked to a female or any other person probably in a social way forever. So it was clear to me that some of them, not all of them, some of them were like socially incompetent. They just didn't know how to act at all. Zero zippity doo dah. It was, I found it to be kind of adorable, honestly. It made me feel good about myself, not gonna lie. But there was this one guy who had been married, he had kids who were grown up. He was a very mature man, and he was the sweetest man on the planet. Absolutely fun guy to hang out with. Our corp CEO was married with kids, stand-up guy. Most of the people in that game were absolutely stand-up. And the guys who were awkward and weird were just weird. That's all. They weren't creepy, though. They were just, very strange, and they sometimes needed to be told to shut the fuck up. Stop using acronyms. Please use the words. Right? And there was only one creep who was very creepy. Like he was so creepy, chat, that the CEO came to me and said, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Because he was talking about, he was like, oh, he found out that I was female, and he found out that one other player was female, and he let's just say he started to graphically tell us in what way he makes girls very happy. And he was using the most crass way to describe female body parts. Let's just say that. In general, chat. Use your words, Shy Ronnie. Yeah, like at one point he was talking about the P word that ends with a Y. I'm not sure if YouTube will go after me if I say it. And he sent me a selfie and was like, "Could you send me a selfie?" And I was like, I did not ask for this selfie. He was a redhead. He was a white male. He was in his mid-20s. He was apparently 6'3". And he was a redhead. And he sent me a selfie. Like, he privately DM'd me in the middle of this conversation of telling me exactly what he would do to women. He sent me a selfie. Unelicited. And my CEO sent me a DM because my CEO was getting really annoyed. And my CEO was like, are you feeling uncomfortable? I want to kick this guy. Now, he'd been wanting to kick the guy for ages because of other things. And I was like, I'm going to be honest, I don't feel uncomfortable because I'm not threatened. But he did just send me a selfie unsolicited, and he's sending me DMs now. So I'm going to tell him to stop. But if he keeps, like, talking this way in general chat, he needs to go. Pastry. Punani. Pansy. He's probably posting on Reddit right now. Look, hey, look. I'm okay with bros, like, sending me stuff. Like, once again, I didn't feel unsafe. If I want to, I can block him. I can take care of myself. And I'm very okay with being upfront with the guy. But it was just cringe. And like I said, what I didn't like was the way he was talking in general chat. If a guy sends me a selfie and I don't like it, I can block him. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, right? The problem was how he was talking in chat really annoyed me. The kitty cat, yeah. But it was like he was talking about like slamming the kitty cat. Like it wasn't like, oh, you know, I like kitty cat. It was like, I like to slam that kitty cat, make them scream. Like I was like, oh my Lord, stop it. It was, yeah, let's just say he didn't last long. He didn't last long. And once again, I'm actually fairly laid back. I'm fairly laid back about stuff. I was like, okay, whatever, right? Eye roll. But it was annoying. The general chat stuff he wrote, I was done. I was like, stop it. It's just gross. It was gross. It wasn't funny. It wasn't meaningful. It was just really gross. And I didn't care about anything else. There was a not safe for work channel in the Alliance chat, and there was like tons of porn. So if you ever want to get free porn for whatever reason, weird stuff too, you could always like just join Eve Echoes and get into like an Alliance, and there's always going to be a not safe for work channel. I clicked on it because I was curious. I was like, okay, what are these guys looking at? Holy shit. It's a cesspool in there. However, everyone knew that you keep the weird shit in there. And yeah, this guy wasn't getting it. This stuff would happen in Halo 2 all the time when I played it. Yeah, it's just...
Like hooking up with somebody, like let's not try to muddy the waters with like actual real rape, right? Like you're talking about like, you know, like violent stuff, like that's totally different.
Yeah.
Yeah, drunks, yeah, having drunk sex is not rape. And this is the problem, right? This is the problem. Where it's you have people that, I've said this before, people that are profoundly weird losers that have no friends are trying to dictate the rules of engagement for society. This is a huge problem.
And I talked about that in my double standards video. Camille Paglia has talked about that. You got these weird feminist types who see assault everywhere. They're histrionic women, usually. And then, of course, you got their white knights. They're guys who are faking being good to support these histrionic women who are legitimately probably easily victimized, unfortunately, because of their histrionic nature. They're telling people what to think. Yeah, I agree with Baldy here. This is a good Baldy take. Baldy W.
It is what it is. However, in the modern industry, we're sort of going in the complete opposite direction, and it's honestly doing more harm than good. Truthfully, and this is coming from a female gamer who is supposedly the audience for these new games.
Right.
I would much rather watch paint dry than pay for this shit. or level a warrior to 60 in WoW Classic, which is effectively the same thing. The main content on my channel has been centered around Elder Scrolls games, mainly Morrowind and Oblivion, which are both almost 2 decades old. And in 2024, I was able to grow a channel from 0 to where we are now, because I am not the only person who is so stuck on these old games. I've gone over my personal feelings and reasons why I feel like modern gaming has just forgotten.
She is playing legitimately old games. I will accept Skyrim and Oblivion as being what I would call legitimately old games.
About people like me in the name of supposedly including me more, but different people have different reasons for sticking to the beloved classics. A recent controversy which most of you have probably heard of was the showcase of an Assassin's Creed game that is based in Japan. We have Japanese gamers coming out and saying that they don't get it. It's offensive. There's a petition out there to cancel the release of this game in Japan. And why? Because the game's protagonist is a foreigner that gets to whoop Japanese people up and down the block. Tell me why in Assassin's Creed 2.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I could see if I was a Japanese person, I'd probably think that was weird too. As I said with the game, I think that when Assassin's Creed comes out, the story will not even be in the top 10 problems with the game. Because you're going to have, obviously, like, frame dropping issues, computer, PC compatibility problems, day one glitches, save file corruption, quests being super linear, like NPCs being able to see you through walls. Like, I'm telling you guys, like, this will not even be in the top 10 of problems when this game comes out, if Star Wars Outlaws is any sort of barometer. Are you going to play it? Absolutely, I'm going to play it. I mean, to be honest, like, I think it's going to be really fucking funny to play as Yasuke and have a giant fucking mace and just smash samurai like fucking like like I don't know, like King Kong or something. It'd be fucking awesome. Yes, absolutely I'm gonna play that. It's not even a question. Yeah, Unga Bunga, exactly.
Oh wow, he compared Wasn't this chick like 2 when Oblivion dropped? Probably. Morrowind is such a girl game. I put so many hundreds of hours into Morrowind. Did you play the remastered graphics one? Yeah, Leo is asking you a question, Shay. The thing about it is that Japanese people aren't protected. They're Asian, and Asians are white adjacent. Everyone knows it. You know it, I know it, everyone knows it. Now, she's probably going to say Assassin's Creed is amazing, and she is right. Assassin's Creed 2 has... Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed 1, 2, and 3 has some of the best soundtracks by Jesper Kyd in the... So good. So good.
Of an Italian protagonist in Italy. We have a Native American guy in America in Assassin's Creed 3. We have a French protagonist in France. Why could we not have a Japanese protagonist in Japan? Japanese game.
I also don't get this. This is just terrible. This is just terrible. The Japanese female ninja, fine. Why? Like, let's do an Assassin's Creed in Africa, and let's put, okay, so let's have an Assassin's Creed Savannah. No, Assassin's Creed, yeah, Savannah, okay, let's call it that. Assassin's Creed Desert. All right, and it's going to be set in Africa. And we're going to put, for the protagonist, we're going to put an Asian man. We're going to put in there a Malaysian. We're going to stick a Malaysian as the protagonist in an Assassin's Creed located in Africa. All we have to do is ask ourselves, would that be okay? And the answer is obviously no. No, it would not be okay. The only reason why this is somehow okay is because they're Asians. And Asians don't matter.
Gamers don't relate to this at...
Obviously, Asians matter, but you know what I mean.
We have a French protagonist in France. Why could we not have a Japanese protagonist in Japan? Japanese gamers don't relate to this at all, and some of them have even highlighted other inaccuracies in the game which are disrespectful to their culture and their country, shows a huge lack of research from the developer side, but I guess their opinion doesn't matter because probably a straight man told them to think that way. I feel like it's a real shame.
Well, also because it's just an opinion, right? If you do not believe a person can have a subjective critique on something, then it's just an opinion. It's just, you can just wave away an opinion, right? Yeah.
In their country shows a huge lack of research from the developer side, but I guess their opinion doesn't matter because probably a straight man told them to think that way. I feel like it's a real shame that there's this awkwardness or...
Although it was a straight white man, well, we don't know if he's straight or not, but he's definitely a white man who told Ubisoft all of this stuff to begin with. The consultant who works in Japan.
Can be seen as controversial to express these opinions, because if we're not going to get to talk about this,
the reason why is because, again, it's the conversations are dominated by people that are deranged. Is that you don't listen to, like, average and reasoned people, because average and reasoned people usually just get pushed out of the conversation because they don't want to deal with people that are crazy. So you have somebody who gives, like, a, like, measured take on something, and people get upset about that because they're not hearing the words they want to hear. And what happens, and this is like a big problem that, like, I know that I run into, and I think that a lot of other content creators run into as well, is it, bro, I just called a large black man King Kong Jesus? That's not... See, I think that's like a really good example of... This is, I think, like this super good example of what I'm talking about, how, like, games are afraid to portray things like this. Everybody knows that I'm not calling black people monkeys. That's insane. This is a crazy thing to think. Everybody knows that. But there's these, like, really weird mores that people have in culture that, like, everybody is, like, super afraid of accidentally saying one of these because everything is being... People are trained to take things in the most, like, the worst way possible and then interpret them that way, right? It's like people turn super... So it's not even about being soft. It's about people are waiting for you to say something that could create some form of friction that way. They take it in the most offensive way possible. Nope.
It's actually the opposite of being soft. It's actually the opposite of being soft. It's called being ungracious. When you attribute to someone malice, automatically, that is being ungracious. That's not being soft. That's literally the opposite of being soft. It's being portrayed as being soft because it's being done in the name of protecting minorities. It's being, you know, it's positioning itself as protecting the silenced people, right? But it is far from being soft. This is a devouring mother syndrome, okay? I keep talking about this. This is about a mom who's going to take care of you whether you want it or not. And if you stray, mother is going to come for you. And not the nice, sweet angel of the home. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the dark angel. The furious angels. And this is exactly the lesson of Hermes. The lesson of Hermes from Endwalker. Endwalker, spoilers, by the way. The lesson of Hermes from Endwalker is that compassion that is unfettered will cross into essentially what we would best term as eradication of the will or eradication of existence, in the same way that the tyrannical father archetype will also result in the eradication of existence. Both, there are two sides to this shadow coin, and they both result in people's voices being eradicated. The bird of Hermes is my name. Eating my wings makes me tame. I would love an Assassin's Creed game based on the Punic Wars, any of them. Have a Mongol camel archer be the protagonist of Assassin's Creed Africa. Oh yeah, a camel. Yeah, he could have come along the Silk Road and gotten waylaid in Egypt and went further down south. We could make it historically happen. Asians are the supermajority, so they can never punch down. Yeah, they're not allowed to punch down. Yeah.
Nobody's thinking about this. Nobody's thinking like this. Like that's a crazy way to look at it. But I think that this is the example of kind of how like video games and culture and language is like contrived in a way because people are afraid of accidentally saying the wrong thing for some reason. Do you see kind of the way that I'm talking about this? Like, I think this is actually a great example of what I'm talking about how like games are like, they're constantly worried about accidentally stepping into these like mistakes. But the truth is that every normal person knows that that's not what's happening. Why would that happen? That's crazy. It's perfect.
It's literally the female energy of society gone amok. It's this neurotic over concern about everything to the point where they're reading into things that don't exist.
Perfect timing. Yeah. Automatic bad faith. Well, what I'm saying is that like these bad faith people are the ones that are, and I'm not like, I know you're probably just joking around. You think it's funny, but like the issue is that there's enough people that don't think it's funny for it to be an issue. So people are saying, and like they're like people are always walking on eggshells around having conversations around these people because they're worried that like something that they say that's totally innocuous could be turned into something that's obviously really bad.
The chat was like going to salute him farewell, and then they're like, wait a minute, he's not going to get banned?
You see what I'm saying? Read other messages. Oh, I don't know. I think that honestly, girls can get drunk and say no, and a guy still try to convince them. Vaporium mentioned. I don't think this person is problematic. Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, that's fine. Like I don't think there's anything wrong with him. Yeah, it seems it's just a chatter. Yeah, that's okay. But like, all I'm saying is like that's the joke equals ban. Well, I'm not banning him. I'm just saying like what I'm getting at is that people are constantly conditioned into thinking inside of these like weird social mores, and I think that we have so many of them that like because games are afraid of having that happen, the entire culture of gaming is contrived in a way to not accidentally violate one of these mores. I think that's what happens.
Forever going to continue having
and
this
that was a good
huge
that's an
rift
example,
between gamers
right?
and
The language
developers.
minefield, yeah,
Many
exactly.
failed projects in the future, lots of people losing their jobs
they
over
will.
said failed projects. This brings me to the Elder Scrolls 6. I'm at a point where I don't know if I even want them to go there anymore because by today's standards there is just so much that could go wrong. A few months ago
She's not wrong. She's not wrong. Chico's the 1% of Asmund female. Yeah, I'm the 1% female. She's the token hire. Oh my gosh. I am, and I would sometimes watch his streams, except like I obviously have to have a life. But look, I'm supporting him with my views. And sometimes like he drives me crazy. Let's be real. I'm never going to 100% agree with him. But yeah, I'm supporting his YouTube channel with my views for sure. Yeah. Let's not get twisted. Bethesda has been dog shit for over a decade. Absolutely. Yeah. There's going to be so much wrong with Elder Scrolls 6. But I have an although Asmongold thinks that the worst part about the Assassin's Creed will be all of the problems with it. I actually think a lot of people would put up with the problems if the story was not preachy and if there was some sexy characters in it. Look at Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk was... Whew, that was in rough shape. But you could choose certain body parts. So, you know, it all kind of washed out at the end. Right?
I came across this really
I mean, I'm kind of like, I never really liked a lot of the old Elder Scrolls games. I always thought they were boring. But like, I thought Starfield was very much like, it was the most aggressively mediocre game I've ever played.
See, hot take
Yeah.
that said this.
Skyrim, the game by Bethesda, is a pro-colonization narrative and is racist.
Now, I did a
Yeah.
full response to that video on my TikTok account when it came out, so I will leave it in the description of this video if you want to see that, but in short, I said the depiction does not equal endorsement. I'm seeing that
Well, it's also that, and this is the other issue, and
She's absolutely 110% correct. Of course, I've also been saying this. We know better. We are not children, okay? We do not cross the streams. I have a cat boy that I totally gag over, but I am not leaving my house and chasing down every short man that I see on the street with black hair and pale skin and green eyes. Like, that's just not happening, right? I like right? I play Love Nikki on occasion. Does this mean that I feel terrible about myself because I don't have, 6 feet long legs? No, obviously not. Everyone should know that if you're just having fun in a game, it's a game. The fact that we have these people in media telling us, reminding us how bad this is or whatever is top tier, nagging. Wooly says, there's a reason Bethesda and Howard Filthy Liar Todd have released nothing but Skyrim for the last 15 years. Yeah, Wooly, they feel played out. Feel played out. Capcom has been on an uptrend as I understand it. Yeah, and they put out some really sexy women. Like their recent side-scroller fighter game has like some thick girls in there. Right? I actually think Elder Scrolls Online is superior to Skyrim in terms of actual gameplay and customization. If ES6 doesn't have a rideable wolf, then it lacks something the MMO has, essentially. Oh, yeah, that's a good point, too. Capcom is going global, so they will fail. They will fall. Yeah, it's possible. Monster Hunter, SF, and RE are doing well. Look at WoW throwing its effort into narrative, if questionable. Yeah, that's a good point, too, Shay. Yeah, I just think if you try to put in some sexy characters and make the story okay, if there's a bunch of fucked up shit going on in terms of quality, a lot of people will just wait for the patches and they'll be fine. But it's like the straw that breaks the camel's back. So you get this crappy made game. And then on top of that, there's no sexy character in there to at least thirst over. And then on top of that, the narrative is telling you that you're a bad person. No one is going to want to play that. Period. Like, people will put up with a lot of shit, but like usually there's like a breaking point. And for me, I think lack of fantasy and lack of a good story, usually, like by good story, I mean like just like don't have a preachy story. Generally those two things will add on to all of the other problems that people might have overlooked if it was a more straightforward, enjoyable game. Politicians blaming games for gun violence in America is a tired trope. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Never bad parents. True. Violence predates guns and video games, so they are retarded. Yeah. Let's just say that when I was in teaching elementary school in China, we got guards at the front of our school with billy clubs because someone in our city lost their shit because they couldn't get married and couldn't get a kid. So they decided to grab a knife and go after a bunch of kindergartners in the city that I lived in. And yeah, a teacher died and I think 2 children were killed. And what put him there? Not a video game, not guns. He didn't need a gun, right? That's in a country that is so tight on guns, especially the further north you get. Yeah. So from that moment onward, all elementary schools got guards with like billy clubs because some lunatic in our city decided to take out his anger at life on a bunch of kids. Yeah. Is it true? Yes, Karn. It is true. Yeah. But not in the city. It's a very complex situation, Karn. Most of the imbalance is in the country where they essentially, the country is where they didn't have enough technology, right? So in order to support the labor demands of being a farmer in the country, girls lost value. So they would dump the babies in the streets and the babies would die from starvation. Baby girls. I remember I was about 10 or 12-year-old. I saw a picture of a baby girl in a gutter in China. Now, where was that happening? It was happening in the cities, but it was largely happening in the countryside. And the problem is because in the countryside, you need boys because boys can work. And the one-child policy did not help either. Yeah. And also remember, they don't have a social system. They don't have a social system. So just a quick heads up here. So for example, here's a Chinese family number 1, dad and mom. Now they get their one child. It's a boy. Okay. Then there's Chinese family number 2. They get a child, but it's a girl. Okay. I've explained this before, but I'll quickly explain it again. The girl and the boy meet each other. They get married. What happens? The girl moves in with the boy. And when the time comes for these people here, they, in their old age, usually around retirement age, 60, 65, they will move in with their son. Life, the hellish life, depending on the family dynamics, will now begin for this poor girl, who will now have to deal with her her mother-in-law. And now you can see why you don't want to have a girl. Even in the city, you don't want to have a girl. Because what if you're these people? Who's going to take care of you? What's going to happen to you over here? Who are you going to move in with when you get into your 60s? Because there's no old age homes like in North America. What's going to happen to you? This is the problem, right? Their society is literally punishing people who only have girls. Now, when I left China, they released the one-child policy because they've started to lose birth rates. Birth rates are going down in China. So they said, look, you can have 2, maybe 3. We won't go after you. But by then, nobody. And now in China, there's 2 parts. So if we imagine China as being just the space, there's this big space. So we have this one massive city, and then we have this countryside. The countryside is where all the men are. The city is where all the women are. And the women are all getting educated. Are these women going to want to move to the countryside to have to live with their in-laws and their parents have no support? So some of these men are now going into the city and the women have no choice but to marry them. And then what happens is their in-laws from the country are moving into the city as well. And then they basically squat with this poor girl. And now she's trapped with this family that she may or may not like. Sometimes they like it, sometimes they don't. But there are times where they don't. You can imagine the stress it's putting on their marriages. Let's just say that. Divorce is on the rise. It's the most fucked up situation you can ever imagine. Then we got gay people. So what if you're a guy and you're gay? What then? Well, you're going to fake being straight. You're going to catfish a straight girl. You're going to make a baby. And then you're going to fuck off with your lover and she's just going to have to cope on her own. Same thing goes for lesbians. It's an insane situation. It's mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. But what about the men who can't get into the city? What about the men who can't get the attentions of a girl? What then? Well, we get these men who will then go to the city and they will snatch people's babies, usually boy babies. They will snatch male babies from strollers. So there was this whole baby snatching scare when I was there, which was a whole other thing. And then there were stories, but once again, it's hard to verify this, but there were stories of men who would go into the outskirts of the cities and they would find young girls and they would grab these young women and drag them to the countryside. So you had baby snatching, you had young teen girl snatching, or like young women snatchings. It was, it was just, don't get me wrong, I loved living there, but you saw a lot of, not that I personally saw anything, but you heard some wild stories. They snatch the baby because they can't get married and have their own babies. So they're taking boy babies to take back to the countryside and raise as their own. Usually with the help of their parents who are also in the countryside. But I say all of that with the knowledge that very soon all of these men will be in the cities. Right now, like when I was there, I was literally watching their version of the industrial age, what Europe underwent in the 1800s. I visibly saw it with my own two eyes. So there is a massive shift into the cities. And so, yeah. The Middle Ages were better. How's chat taking these stories? Yeah, so the one-child policy is gone, but nobody wants to have more children now. Chronically online TikTok commies are waving the red flag. Yeah, crazy. Back then, boys were culled through wars and childhood accidents. Yeah. So in the country, they were entering the first industrialization, basically, at least ideologically. What a nightmare. It was a nightmare, yes. Previous generation of Chinese men either need to start dating much older women or wait for the next generation. A nightmare for the girls? Absolutely. Then you're the target of Chico's. That's the worst thing I've ever heard. It's just weird. It's wildin' over there. It's just wildin'.
And this is what I was talking about before, about how people constantly want to make sure that their media reflects real world values. So you can't have somebody who's like effectively a conquistador that has any sort of good values. So you have to create characters that are one-dimensional, because the stories and the people, they're afraid of writing a character that's likable and interesting without it being like appealing to, like, you know, the wrong group of people. And
It's kind of like with Scarlet Witch, where they had her do something that was incredibly amoral, and then they tried to hand wave it away with a whole bunch of emotional manipulation instead of just letting her be a horrible person.
I think like a really good way to like compare this is like you can look at the Senator Armstrong, right? From like Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. This guy was fucking awesome. And he was charismatic. He said funny shit. He was a badass, but he was a bad guy, right? So like, I think back then it was easier to write villains because people could like understand the nuance. But now when we live in a world where like everything is like intentionally misunderstood in order to like get angry about it, people are too afraid to write a character with nuance.
Yeah, yeah. And if you do write a character with nuance, then you are accused of justifying that thing. But if they if they try to make a woman a villain, and they always have to write her with nuance, because Lord forbid that a woman just be out and out evil. So it's almost like they are actually cherry picking who gets to be nuanced and who does not get to be nuanced based on their own subjective moral standards.
Starting to have a real problem with,
and I say subjective because they don't believe in objective reality.
Media literacy. Like, it's non-existent. So just because a particular topic is discussed in any piece of media, it is suddenly endorsed, it is shown as a good thing, according to these people. This girl gave many examples of depictions of racism in Skyrim, like where you can see the Nords ganging up on a dark elf in Windhelm and harassing her, referring to her race as the Greyskins, which is an attempt at a slur. But lest we forget...
That's what it is. That's exactly right. Like, the game's meant to simulate reality, and people are racist. That's the whole point. Yeah, duh. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, once again, this is like severe helicopter mom parenting. Lord forbid we have the children wrestle downstairs.
Yeah, obviously. It's a fantasy story, and that's just the way that people... Like, what?
My boys are wrestling with other boys. He's going to be violent.
Ladies and gentlemen, that the Dark Elves of Morrowind are not too fond of Outlanders themselves, or Enwas, as they call them. You see, Skyrim is an already incredibly diluted game when it comes to heavy and difficult topics compared to its predecessors. Like, I'm pretty sure that regardless of your race in the game, you may see slight dialogue differences, but you'll still have equal opportunities for progression throughout the game. It doesn't really change your journey much, whereas in Morrowind, based on your race, you'll actually have a different disposition with different races. So I guess you can call that...
And you can see that, like, why do you think they're doing stuff like that? I think a big reason is because it's not... Like, you could say that it's for a design reason, but whenever I see that, I think to myself, this is probably for, like, a cultural reason. You know, like, this is some sort of, like, they don't want to have it to where, like, the game is reinforcing racism or something like that. Story immersion, yeah. It seems too safe, yeah. And I think it is probably an element of both. But I think this is the other problem that a lot of Western studios have had, is that Western studios have lost the trust of the audience to be able to write stories that include characters that are outside of, like, the norm, that are doing so in an authentic way. So, for example, I think there's a lot of Japanese games and games that are made in Asia that cover topics like this, and they cover things like racism or slavery or something like that, or they have a character that has like an undefined gender, etc. But people don't view it in the same way because there's a sense that that character was created with a creative vision in mind rather than the character being created for the goal of filling a checkbox. And I think that's the difference. And it can actually be the same type of game, but it's just that people in the Western culture simply no longer trust developers now and designers and the companies to make games that are authentic. And so you can have the same thing happen, but the authenticity is just simply not there.
So, I what can I say? I have to agree with both, this original person, OP, Angela Katosh, and, Baldy. Baldy is correct. I think both of them are touching on this overbearing, preachy situation where, Lord forbid, we really explore things, because for them, remember what I said in the double standards, right? In the double standards video, I said for them, they see everything in terms of power and things being made real through the word. And I do think words can matter, and that, you know, forms of brainwashing can be caused over time with appropriate educational things happening. But generally speaking, I think they're crossing the streams when it comes to fantasy and having fun and entertainment. Clearly, they want to use their entertainment as a form of propaganda. And I've seen this happen with other circles. Like, you go into Christian bookstores and you will see books that are only from a very specific perspective. Now, I think everyone should have the right to enjoy, you know, certain messaging that they might prefer to see, for sure. But if it's to the point where it's dragging a whole industry down, I think we got a problem. Okay? I think we got a problem. I personally don't think anyone would really care too much about, like, there was that golden era where there were quite a few liberal messaging in things leading up to what we have today, and nobody cared, because at least everything was sexy, everything was fun, there was a levity to it, nobody was taking themselves seriously. The problem is when they start taking everything too seriously and they take all the fun away. And that's when people start going, wait a minute, what's going on with my game? That's where the problem really lies.
Racism built into the game, but it's just a realistic depiction of how different peoples would react to Outlanders in their homeland. Not only that, Morrowind deals with the very heavy topic of slavery. The player, while having the option to free slaves, can just as easily not help, and in some cases make things worse. In Skyrim, there really isn't an action that you can take that compares to that. In fact, the way in which these racist encounters—
Exactly. This is exactly— she brings up, this is a perfect fucking example. So back in the day, this is a great example from World of Warcraft. In WoW, you used to have an ability called Enslave Demon, and they changed the name to Subjugate Demon. There are little things like that that I call like mining canary problems that don't really mean a lot by themselves, but they're an indicator of what's to come. And do you know what came after that? Dragonflight.
Presented are meant to make you feel sorry for the person being harassed and not the other way around. So if Skyrim, as I've said, is already a more diluted version of events and is still causing such a stir with these people, what can we expect from the next installment of the Elder Scrolls?
It's going to be shit.
These are the kind of people that are being listened to.
Yeah.
Should we expect anything? Aren't we better off just replaying Oblivion for the billionth time instead of expecting like a complex and interesting story to come out of
You're not going to have a complex and interesting story come out of any of these development studios, because a lot of the people that are part of these studios are boring, middle-class, privileged white people that are not, like, their mental illnesses are not buffs, right? It's like you can pretty much assume Kojima's got a few screws loose, but they make the games more exciting. And I think that there's a lot of developers that have a few screws loose, but it makes the games more exciting. But these people are just like boring like crazy. Yeah, Kojima's crazy and it's good. Yeah, there's other people that are crazy and it's just boring, right? The Kanye effect. Yeah, Kanye West, look at him, right? And so it's like Kanye, somebody said that, you know, Kanye West mind controlled them to stealing a car. And half the people in the comments were like, yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it happened, right? And like, I know half, like 90% of them are joking, but 10% weren't. 10% definitely weren't. Like, I don't know, guys. Is Todd Howard boring or crazy? I don't know. I think that I've always felt that Bethesda games, and this might upset her, because she's a big fan of them. I've always thought that they were the most painfully boring games in existence. Like, I just think, I think everything about them is so flaccid. There's no, like, and I felt this way with Oblivion. I never played Morrowind, to be fair, so I don't know that. But, like, with Oblivion, I felt that way, absolutely. It just felt, like, very flaccid and weak.
Well, that's a perspective, I think, because enjoyment for me is more subjective and it's more of an opinion. How and if you're not a certain kind of gamer, you might not find it as intense or compelling, shall I say. I personally get scared every time I have to go into a Draugr like barrow. Going into a barrow for me feels like let's just say I'm waiting for Skyrim together so I can play it with someone who will help me survive the mental trauma of going into a barrow. But I will agree with both of them on the idea that Elder Scrolls 6 is in trouble for a variety of reasons. Number one, crunch culture resulting in shoddy work. Number two, lack of vision. Number three, management not being good managers. Number four, people in charge lacking vision, lacking cohesive vision, too many cooks in the kitchen, people undercutting other people behind the scenes at work, resulting in shoddy work. Then we have this kind of substandard bullshit that seems to come out every time that has to be patched away on first day. It's very rare to get an actual clean game come out. And then on top of that, there's the story concerns, right? Are they going to modernize it? Is everybody going to be, a wooby character just making bad choices? Are we going to have strong, powerful women, dominating every single scene? Are we going to have forced inclusivity or other bizarre things happening because we need to make a statement while we're making this game? So it's just, yeah. Their mental illnesses are not a buff. Yeah, so funny. Epic, I will admit I misjudged her. My bad. She complaining about in-game immersion? No, I don't think she's complaining about in-game immersion. I think she's complaining about the fact that if certain people are writing it and they are scared to be politically incorrect, their stuff will be so bland and disinterested, it will be unplayable, or it will break immersion because there will be modern day concerns in a fantasy world. Now, it's absolutely 110% possible that you can write a fantasy that tackles modern day concerns. In fact, I would argue that you can't avoid it, right? You can't avoid it because modern day concerns are going to flavor how you write. So you can't avoid it 110%. But when it starts seeping into the writing, where you're using anachronisms, where the way you're talking about it and the way you're depicting it is so modern, it will pull out people who went in expecting a different kind of fantasy. So it's all about the marketing as well. So if they marketed it as a modern fantasy, let's say a modern low fantasy, and they were like, yeah, we're going to have a woman with a Me Too moment with her king in the castle. It's going to be David and Bathsheba all over again. Points to people in chat who know exactly what I'm talking about. Then, you're going to get some audience, but you're going to lose a portion of the audience who wants to have a more realistic well, like medieval stuff would have obviously the Me Too moment where the guy just takes the girl, obviously. But what I mean to say is, let's say the girl comes out and has this moment in front of the crowd where she is empowered because she's crying and talking about how she was forced to play the villainess because behind the scenes this guy da 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 da. You see what I'm saying though? Like, it's how they depict it. There's nothing wrong with depicting a guy grabbing a girl and the girl being twisted to become a villainess. Yotsuyu would be a case in point, actually. But the way Yotsuyu is depicted is not extremely preachy. Yotsuyu is a very effective case in point where you're able to explore what trauma and abuse and then eventually evil does to a woman. Oh man, the Barrows and Morrowind Werewolf expand. I don't even want to know. His carnival song is a banger to me. Kanye doesn't make good music anymore. I don't know. Asmund doesn't give a shit about immersion and role playing. Yeah, I mean, let's all be real. We need to take some of Asmund's opinions about games with a grain of salt, right? We gotta take it with a grain of salt here. It's a problem. It's a made up problem by lazy employees. I wouldn't be surprised if that is also the case. Yeah. If you're scared to be incorrect, you'll rarely be correct. Me just now. And Rakan. Oh, you just described the Babel movie novel with all of its characters' ideological anachronisms. Watch some Avowed trailers for Elder Scrolls 6 sneak peek. Oh no. Sometimes my philosophy background lends me to make a banger. Yeah, so basically, like, there's nothing wrong if you want to write an urban fantasy or a low fantasy that, like, is tackling something from a very specific modern perspective, whatever it might be, right? Like, for example, I don't know if any of you are aware, but there was this series that I used to read back when I was a kid. You probably have never heard of it before. Do you know why? Has anyone here heard of John White, The Tower of Gabura? Anyone? Any knowers? Sim says no. Yeah, the remote work thing, Karn, there are a lot of people who talk about the traffic and stuff, but we all know that during COVID, Steam use went up and has permanently stayed up ever since people have started working remotely from home. Do you know why nobody here knows? Do you know why nobody knows? It's because this is a Christian fantasy novel series. Okay? That's why you don't know. You write for an ideological purpose. Once again, I don't think this is a bad book. Okay? It's by no means a bad book. For example, this one here is Gaal, the Conqueror. It's basically Jesus. Son of the High Emperor. Emperor, by the way, High Emperor is God. Okay. Why has no one read this? Because only a certain limited section of Christians, okay, not even all Christians, not even Wooly, who is a Catholic, has ever heard of this. This is a very specific subset of a group of people who've read this. Why is that? Is it poorly written? No. It's just so specific to a very, very specific group of people that nobody's gonna wanna read it. Oh, wait a minute. Shay, did you know Tower of Gabura? Wouldn't that be blasphemy? No. This is an allegory epic. It's very different. But this is what my point is, okay? This is what my point is. The Tower of Gabura is totally fine as a book. It works. But it's written very specifically, so it automatically limited its audience. And you can do that. It's fine. You have the right to do that, but you don't have the right to expect people to just accept it and read it and give you money. Peretti, oh my lord, Peretti freaked me the fuck out. Decker was pretty cool. My books are in the Christian fantasy genre. Yeah, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But you have these far left people who want to basically do their equivalent of the Tower of Gabura, and then they want everyone to hop on their little train and go for a little ride. And there's absolutely, like, you can absolutely, jam pack your fantasy with all of the modern concerns that you think the world needs to know, but you do not have the right to tell us to enjoy it. We will enjoy it or we won't enjoy it. That's just a fact. Now I want to read it. Peretti was fun. And Racken, have you read Frank Peretti? Frank Peretti is wildin'. I always thought the angels were kind of hot. And that made me wonder if I was being blasphemous. It might also have connection to the Gnostic Kabbalistic emanation of Gabura. Yeah, I mean, this is Protestant literature, Willie, so I don't expect you to have sullied your eyes with this text. Decker's skin was creepy? Yeah. So anyway, let's keep going back.
Their best RPG genres? Yeah, no, I understand it, but like I think that's why you don't see that happen. So you shouldn't expect them to try to cover complex topics because they're too afraid of making real-world parallels that could be perceived in a way that could be bad.
They're afraid of being canceled.
Next game. I'm also worried about the incessant attempts at monetization after you've already purchased a game, or if you're paying some sort of subscription. How are they going to implement their store into the game?
Yeah.
I don't know about anyone else, but when I go into a game and I scroll to a page in the title screen where I'm seeing euro signs everywhere, it just takes me out of it. Not to mention how some...
It does, and this is something that Yoshi P, he's the main guy for, he's like the creative director or like, main guy, game designer, game manager for Final Fantasy XIV. He even said this explicitly, that he didn't want the store to be in the game because it takes people's immersion out of the game when they see things for real money. I think he's totally fucking right. Absolutely.
Yeah,
companies just take it.
I was bizarrely enough, I was explaining it to my sis today because she's a big into Fortnite, and she was asking me about the Final Fantasy XIV store, and I was like, no, I have to go to a whole other website for that. Now we now have Dream Fitting, but you can't see any money, and you can't pay for it, and you can't monetize it. Is he at C.S. Lewis's level? It's been a hot minute, Leo, so I can't say. But I'm sure you could probably go on the 7 Seas and find out for yourself. Harold Maya is my favorite of the bunch, though. I don't think I've ever read that one. I have not read Harold Myra. I actually stopped reading Christian-based literature a while back. Largely because some of it was so ham-fisted that I felt like I was being preached to about something that I believe in, but I don't want to see it everywhere. So that's why I'm saying is like I consider myself to be, fairly influenced by faith. Fairly, of course, I have my periods, but I don't want to have my characters reading the Bible every time they're upset. It's just wild. Meanwhile, the games that do make nothing but real-world parallels, Elden Ring, achieve industry-shaking success, which is one reason why Epic, I don't think the problem is real-world parallels, because it's a universal thing. It's a universal truth to things that happened a long time ago, and it's a universal truth to things that happen today. The problem is when, number one, when the language is anachronistic and they use words that don't fit because they want to make an ideological point. It happened in Dawn Trail. One line in Dawn Trail had me raising my eyebrow because they were using a word that a character would not ordinarily use in order to make a point that they could have absolutely used a different word instead and made the same point. So that's number one, is when the language pulls you out or is sloppy or shoddy because they're too worried about making an obvious point in case people are too stupid to understand the point that they're trying to make. That's problem number one. Number two is when they layer it on too thickly and they're drawing clear parallels and saying, well, this man has blonde hair and blue eyes, and he has a very deep tan, and he's evil, and he's a man, and he's the king of the country. And they're like literally layering it on so that everyone knows exactly who you're talking about. So when it's too ham-fisted, when it's not universal enough, when it's too specific, and when the language is poorly handled, that's, I think, where people start getting crazy. I think a lot of people are okay with liberal messaging, normal liberal messaging. But if you start saying things like, it's okay to be fat, or, you're not a criminal, you're not a, pedo, you're a map, like if you start saying certain things that certain people say on the farthest fringes of society, then that's where I think issues start lying. I think the closest I can come to that is blackploitation. Seeing my own culture thrown back at me as if I need to be sold on my own blackness so they can sell me a movie. Maybe not exact, though. Yeah, so Epic, if you don't buy Assassin's Creed Yasuke, you are not really black. I read a Western called Butcher's Crossing. I liked it. There was a character touching his Bible or praying or whatever. When things got nasty, it was a little eye-rolling. Now, that's a little different. There's a difference between a character having a character trait and characters constantly how can I say this? When you grow up in a Christian home, you know exactly how Christians behave. And let's say you have a woman who has just found out that the guy that she likes, because, Christian romances. So she's just found out that the guy she likes was distracted by the person who you thought was your best friend. So your best friend's trying to steal your man. Now, most females, depending on their personality, will either reach out to other females, they'll gossip, they'll slander, they'll bitch, they'll moan, they'll go to their bedroom, they'll cry, they'll tear their hair out, they'll go and confront the girl and get in a fist fight with her. Doesn't matter if she's Catholic or Protestant. This is just a fact, right? This is human behavior. It's a rare female who's going to sit down with her Bible and contemplate scripture. Now, it's an ideal situation that you would think twice before going out and behaving like a crazy person. But that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about character traits. I'm talking about human behavior being molded to fit what a person thinks a character should behave like, because they're modeling for you, the reader, what you should do in your life when you are being screwed over by, let's say, a friend. So they're over-egging the pudding. Instead of having the character behave like they would be, which is being down in the dumps or being extremely vicious, they'll have them somehow behaving very godly all of the sudden. And it's all about, well, we got to just, let go, let God. And that's where people start losing me. You have to be subtle, says Herman. Exactly. Does this blonde king like golf? Does this blonde king like golf? Yes! And Racken. Recently, the blonde king challenged another blonde king to play, was challenged to play golf, and he was told to carry his own bag. Like Dora the Explorer. I don't know that word. Just look it up. Oh, wait a minute. Don't look it up. It's an acronym, EPIC, but don't look it up. You don't want the FBI coming and knocking down your door. The problem was that the character was saying some passage of the Bible. When there was a snowstorm, he would go with the wrath of God, and when they killed a buffalo, he would go with desecrating God's creation. Once again, it depends on the character. If the character is a Christian, are there some Christians who are like that? Maybe. But yeah, maybe it sounds like the writer was over-egging the pudding, Leo. Maybe. If it's a Western, was it set during a certain time period, Leo? I'm curious. I was like, I understand, dude. Yeah, that does sound like the author is over-egging the pudding, but I would be curious if you could let me know when the Western was set, because that would also, I think, determine a certain level of, shall we say, a fervency. 1870s. Yeah, I could see some fervent zealots saying stuff like that in the 70s, 1870s. But it does sound like they were over-egging it. I do agree, Leo. It does sound like it. Okay, let's keep going.
Way too far. Like, Blizzard's greed in adding the level 60 boost to TBC Classic
only 58.
ruined TBC for me and for many others. Now, I know Elder Scrolls 6 isn't going to be an MMO, but they will likely...
I can understand why she says that, because, like, I think there's a level of nostalgia. Because, like, for me, it didn't really ruin Burning Crusade, but it... Like, the WoW token for me, whenever it came out in Classic WoW, it felt to me like it was like, I'm no longer playing Classic WoW now that you have level boosting and you're able to buy WoW tokens. And I just kind of like lost my interest in like continuing to play the game.
I thought it would be like history repeating itself, so it would feel like Classic WoW all over again. Kick W. No, okay, let's stop laughing about that. It's not funny. I will say this though, like setting aside the whole WoW token thing, I don't think they're going to be putting in some kind of subscription or battle pass into Elder Scrolls 6. I mean, I could be wrong. But I could totally see the whole bullshit of like 3 different versions that you can buy, and there will be early access for the most expensive one. And I could absolutely see them selling the VR separate from the standard version. You could totally see that. Obviously, there won't be crossplay. Miraculously, you won't be able to you know, download it onto another thing and play it there. You know, like it will all be very, yeah, it's going to be heavily monetized. It does bother me when religious characters are written as unintelligent because of their faith when they just pray their way through the story. Yeah. Probably one of the better, more interesting, I should say, depictions of faith and dealing with religion would be in Final Fantasy XIV. Or when the only good preacher or priest is not actually religious. That's true. Yeah, because they can't write them. So they don't know enough about theology, so they just decide to like have them, you know, completely amoral. The church is evil. The church is evil. It was kind of like that as well. Also, the character was missing fingers. One of the more complex versions of the church would be in Trinity Blood, but that was technically based on light novels first and then went into an anime and then into a manga, so it might not count actually.
And obviously wiping an Old War hard modes over and over because somebody can't turn around. Yeah, that was another reason. But it was a confluence of events. It's retail light? Yeah, it is. They missed the leveling as a point? Yeah, Classic WoW was the best MMO and every other expansion below. If Classic WoW is an S, nothing else is even an A.
Try to continue monetizing the game long after you've purchased it, and I don't mean overpriced DLC. If the next Elder Scrolls game is just gonna give our beloved franchise a bad name, honestly, I'd rather not have it at all. Keep it a mystery and I'll just keep playing my old games. And that's it. This is me coming back after 2 months with my boomer takes. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. I do apologize for being gone for so long. I couldn't have predicted it this time around, but I'm hopefully here to stay right now. And yeah, if you enjoyed the video, leave me a like and subscribe, and I'll see you all in the next video. Be seeing you. Bye.
So I think that she's right about pretty much everything. I do. Like, I'm really glad that I watched this. I'll link it to you guys right now. This is a great video. I've never seen her videos before.
I think the OP who is Angelique Katosh. Okay, so let's put this here. Let's open her up.
Hey guys, do you ever...
And we will go like this. I think she had some very, very good points. I agree that pushing your opinions into a game is fine, but don't expect people to roll with it. Don't get entitled and think that you're entitled to people's money. I agree with her that the depiction of females has been sorely lacking in certain games, not all games. I think we got to be careful about generalizations. And also, on top of that, I agree with her that a lot of games are playing it super safe because of the censoring stuff that's going on, and people are afraid of sounding bad or being on the wrong side of history, because now if you even enjoy some booba in a game, you are now part of oppressiveness, historical oppression. Even if you live your daily life as a respecter of females and a loving brother or a loving cousin or a loving uncle or whatever, doesn't matter, you are now part of the problem. So all of these kinds of ridiculous conceptualizations of reality have coincided, I think, to impact certain portions of the video gaming world, but I don't think it's going to impact everything. But we will see. Does this mean that I suddenly can't play new games? I disagree. I personally will continue to enjoy certain new games like Light No Fire. I'm looking forward to Light No Fire. I'm looking forward to Fantasy Life 2. There were games that I looked forward to. So to say that I will never play a new game is ridiculous. Would you say the human collective is turning against being given a moral in a story? I think they're turning against being preached at, which is very different. See, it's about execution, Epic. It's not, if we actually are honest, and I think this is where I have a little bone to pick with some people, okay? I think liberal messaging has actually been around since the 70s. And the reason why I know is because I was raised in a deeply conservative family that would make even some of these air quote YouTube based people actually think twice. Okay. So I know exactly how far down the right wing, not like down to the fringes of like KKK or anything, right? But like Christian conservative circles, we don't watch Little Mermaid. We don't watch Mary Poppins. We don't watch Lion King. We do watch Sleeping Beauty. And we do watch Bambi. But, you know, so on and so forth. So I come from that kind of background. So because of that, from an early age, I was made very much aware of how things were going way before they went really, really bad. And since I was in university during the early 2000s, I knew exactly which way the wind was blowing when my professor started talking about contesting the author and things like that. I personally think there has been a lot of progressive liberalism swirling around for a long, long time. No one had a problem with it, really, because it was done in a subtle way, it was well written, and the execution was flawless. And people could have fun and still have fantasy, and no one was finger waving at them. The problem that we're now having is we are having these people writing shit that's finger wagging. It's literally finger wagging. And the execution is so heavy-handed as to be killing immersion. So you could turn a blind eye to some of the ideas or themes in certain things, in certain stories. But if there is no panache, if there's no quality anywhere else, then the messaging will also kill it. Fellow band from Lion King Kid. Bambi could never be made today. What about Dumbo? Ooh, what were we allowed to watch Dumbo? I don't recall. It wasn't overt and hateful. Yeah, it didn't feel hateful. Why Lion King? Isn't it Hamlet? We weren't allowed to watch Lion King because there was a witch doctor. Leo, you have to come from a certain background to understand these things. I actually met a family, and I taught one of their kids. I actually met a family that was more conservative than my parents, and they wouldn't even let their children read Chronicles of Narnia. That's how conservative they were. It was insanity. And when it came time to celebrate Easter, I was decorating Easter eggs, and they pulled their child from the classroom because they didn't want the child to paint eggs. So, yeah. Okay, yeah, we will go soon. I'll leave at 1 a.m. Yeah. So I say this coming from this background, okay? I say this coming back from this ground. I bought a Yanni CD over once because she told me only instrumentals. Yeah, so there are some people here in chat who understand that just because an album was discovered to be in the new age genre, we weren't allowed to listen to it. Okay? I know what it is like to see our society from the outside looking in. I grew up with that mindset of always questioning, what are they actually telling me? And I've known for a long time that things have been progressively getting more liberal over time. It's been happening a long time. And most people who are a-religious in chat, okay, all of you people who are not religious have never cared because it was never preachy, it was executed cleanly, and it was fine. But those of us who were awake could understand what was going on from a distance. That's why when a lot of right-wing people came out, we're like, hey, things are going to get really bad. And everyone's like, ha, 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 you're joking. It's going to be fine. And now here we are. Here we are. Right? Now a lot of us are going, well, we told you so. That's why that happened. It's not because like Christians woke up and were suddenly like, "Ooh, we're so smart today." No. It's because this discussion has been going along for a long time. A long time. So we've always noticed, those of us who come from certain circles have always noticed that there has always been liberal themes. There's always been humanist themes. There have always been materialist themes. These are nothing new. There's nothing new about them. They've been around forever. The problem is the execution. If you come in and you start, and also they've widened the net. So now it's not just Christians that are getting targeted. It's not homeschoolers that are getting targeted. It's not weird culty groups that should be targeted. They're now targeting straight white males. They're now targeting Asians. They're now targeting, very ordinary people. And these ordinary people who were minding their own business and just wanting to have some fun are suddenly realizing, wait a minute, my media is being ruined by this really heavy-handed writing. What is going on here? Religious people, like the far left, understand that ideology is in everything. Worldview is in everything, yes. The difference is the far right and the far left, there's very little difference between them, really. Because they both end up in extremely controlling societal groups, and they usually end up in groupthink, and they usually end up with highly contrived entertainment that is extremely preachy in the far right and far left. Now, my parents were not far right. I just need to make this clear, okay? They were just very conservative. They were not far right. But what I'm saying is we were conservative enough that we understood there were things that we didn't agree with. And so I'm used to going into a film and not agreeing with everything I see. I grew up not agreeing with things that I saw. You got used to not being represented. Your ideas and your beliefs are not represented in culture. And you learn to live with that. You learn to negotiate that. You learn to understand, okay, they're saying something I don't agree with. What else can I enjoy here? Can I enjoy anything else here? Now, normal people like moderate conservatives, moderate liberals are now starting to understand, wait a minute, we're getting preached at for some reason. Why? We haven't done anything wrong. We're not part of the problem. What's going on here? And now they're realizing, oh, wait a minute, everything has become ideologically charged to such a degree that the entertainment value is going. That's the problem. you very eloquently put why the James Lindsay prognostication, we just need to go back to the 90s to fix everything, rings hollow for me. The reason why people reach back to the 90s, Naran can, okay? The reason why people think the 90s will fix everything is because the 90s is that sweet spot for moderates, moderate conservatives, moderate liberals. It's that little sweet spot where you had all of that liberal messaging, but it was all packaged in a very, very lovely sweet pill. And everyone could take it down and everyone's having fun. Right? I can easily separate art from the artist. I think it's very important to separate. I feel like, how can I say this? Sometimes you have to, in order to appreciate entertainment, you must separate the art from the artist. And as an analyst, you also should, during some periods of your analysis, separate the art from the artist as well, right? So if I go in, right, and I'm reading something written by, let's say, someone who is LGBTQ, I should be setting aside, there's a period where I should take into context their background, their childhood, their education, where they were born, what ideas they might want to put in there, right? But at some point, at the end of the day, when I'm analyzing the text from a certain viewpoint, right? The viewpoint you don't understand, but the viewpoint that I think is fair, we separate the art from the artist. And we do not judge the art based on who did what. It would be like suggesting that Ian McClellan's Gandalf is flawed because you don't agree with Ian McClellan's lifestyle. I think that would be extremely not a good way to go. The far right is not even conservative. They're traditionalists. They want to mummify the parts of tradition. They want to justify autocracy. The far left is super gay. It's a horseshoe, Leo. Just think about it like a horseshoe. '90s was a point of appearing to be balanced. I was allowed vocals too, but still bought a Yanni CD. Yeah, so Yanni was on the edge with Enya. And Lorena McKennitt was also on the edge because Lorena McKennitt sang about All Souls Night and Midsummer's Night. And so she was kind of pagan. So, like, could you listen to her? Newsflash, I listened to her behind my parents' back at a friend's house. This is how you roll. I didn't see Titanic until I was maybe 20, but I heard the soundtrack by the time I was like 16, 17 or whatever. I was babysitting and someone had the soundtrack, so I got a tape deck out and I held it close to the CD player and I taped secondhand with a tape recorder Southampton by James Horner because I was in love with the soundtrack of the Titanic, but I wasn't allowed to have the soundtrack because the Titanic had nudity in it. So, yeah. What I did was I smuggled a tape recorder out to the place I was babysitting at, and I taped by sticking the tape recorder beside the CD player, and I taped a tape with the Titanic music on it. Lorena was allowed because my dad recorded the Thistle and Shamrock off of the radio overnight. Ooh, nice. Sweet, Shay. 90s was peak Earth. For most moderates, I think 90s has the appearance of being peak. But if you go back and you look at things, the seeds were there. In fact, we could even argue the seeds have gone back to the early 1900s. There were just a bunch of weird people. Yeah, and they were all living on the West Coast. or they were just starting to get into the universities. Titanic has a lot of Christian symbols, though. It had boobies, Leo. Remember the morality double standard that I talked about in my video? I don't know if you watched my video on the double standard. But yeah. You can't see boobies. No boobies allowed. The seeds go back to Rousseau. I would argue that, yeah, because we could trace back to Walter Benjamin, from Walter Benjamin back to Karl Marx, and from Karl Marx back to Rousseau, and I think maybe Thomas Paine. In many ways, we are still living with the Victorian era worldviews without the Victorian era values. Very interesting remark, Mirokos. Interesting. I definitely think Victorian era was very damaging in some ways. One of my earliest memories is watching the anime Ninja Scroll with my father. I could make a Bane speech about rated R movies. So growing up censored is something I find interesting in a way. Yeah. My life is probably sounds radically strange to you. It probably sounds radically strange to some people. But all this to say, I think there is an experience where I would argue that people like this girl, Angélie Katosh, who I don't think she's wrong. I don't know who recommended that we watch her. I'm going to check the Discord. Was it Wooly? Was it Wooly? It was Wooly. It was our dearly beloved aging grandpa Wooly. Our aging grandpa Wooly. Our 80-year-old friend of the chat who suggested this. And I think this was a fantastic suggestion. If you really enjoyed, check out her stuff. I'm probably going to check out her stuff. I'm not super into like everything, but I'd probably check out her stuff just to see what she has to say. Clearly, she's not afraid of making herself look very pretty and attractive. So maybe some people may enjoy her content, both, intellectually and otherwise. She brought up quite a few points. There were a few areas where I think, once again, we have this problem with YouTubers where they fail to define things adequately before talking about the thing. And I think that would be always more helpful. Do we want to hear more about what Asmongold thinks? I mean, shall we just skip forward a little bit? Let's just skip forward a bit.
Thing. Like, what is this? Give me a minute. Chat's so weird. Oh yeah, no, I mean, some people obviously make weird comments, etc. But like, that's really about it.
I mean, that sounds like almost everyone's chat, except for my chat, right? My chat never says anything weird. Right, Ben? Nobody says anything weird in here? Right, Epic? Right, Willie? No weirdness?
She's very level-headed. Yeah, she does. And,
yeah, I feel like her general delivery was level-headed. She has some mannerisms that I think some other females might find annoying. But of course, that's a female perspective, probably. Oh wow, Epic is so saintly.
You're about the topic of the RPG Outward? No, I haven't. But one of the issues that I've
I actually know about Outward. That one was a more difficult RPG, wasn't it? It was a bit janky though, from what I remember.
Seen happen is she made a video based on Akatosh, a god in Skyrim. Oh, okay, yeah, I see it now. That makes sense. But yeah, and somebody banned. No, I hate people that spam the V thing, and so I just permaban all of them. Like I have a very, I have a very easy policy. Do something annoying, be obnoxious, instant perma. That's just the way it is. Yeah, it's just fucking annoying to me. And so, yeah, there you go. But I do think that there's like an issue where I think that Western developers do not simply have they don't have the ability to experience escapism, because you have people like that girl talking about like how Skyrim reinforces like colonialism, like this kind of stuff. Where is it?
That said this.
Skyrim, the game by Bethesda, is a pro-colonization narrative and is racist.
Now, I did...
Yeah, exactly. And like, so this is the kind of stuff that, people like this listen to. And that's really what the issue is. Wait, they're all confused. Yeah, exactly. And she had a lot of very good takes. Basically, she said it's not a lot of fun to play mentality, which is super respectable. Yeah, well, I think what happens is that people play video games to get away from real life. So when they see video games that are reflecting real life principles or real life like worries, and they can kind of tell, it's like once you see the man behind the machine and you can see that, oh, well, these characters are being added and its interaction is created this way because of like the genders of the characters. I think that really kind of rolls back the curtain and people can see that, and then the escapism is no longer like, it's shattered. Yeah, the escapism is gone, right? And I think that's what happens more than anything. Yeah, but why do we listen to retards always complaining about stuff? Well, if it's why do we listen to those people? Oh, the reason why people listen to them is that they're afraid of being called a bad word, and the reason like they don't want to be called racist. And the problem with that is that I don't know about you guys, but like I know I'm not racist. Like I know I'm not. I know I don't hate women. I'm not some kind of like weird like gay hater or something like that. So I have no problem talking about this stuff. And so if people call me these words, like everybody knows it's not true that actually watches the content. So it's just bullshit, right? Nobody takes it seriously. But for a lot of other people, I think that they're very insecure about that and they're afraid of it. And being called these bad words is something that they're like hyper afraid of. So they don't want to take any risks and they do whatever they're told because they don't want to be categorized as this kind of a person.
Also, I would argue that Asmon is more or less protected because he is self-employed, whereas other people who get canceled can legitimately lose their jobs. Like that one guy who got canceled from being a Harry Potter manager, because he had too much base stuff on his social media. Oh, Angeli, a woman, supposedly a woman, says, "This is what I've been saying. Weird girls don't want to play ugly characters. Modern games make all female characters unattractive." I think this is a bit of a hyperbole, but I take their point. When I have a better body than the characters in most AAA games, that doesn't make me want to play. And if you have a worse body, that still doesn't make you want to play. Yeah. Video games used to be for escaping the real world. Now they're bringing the problems into gaming. I struggle with this. I think they're parroting what Asmongold says, and they're not understanding what the actual problem is. And part of it is how Asmongold is talking about it. The problem with these games isn't that they're putting real world problems into a game. By simply having conflict in a game, you are reenacting conflicts that are common to all humans across the board. There's nothing wrong with having a conflict between, let's say, a king and his people, or having a conflict between a husband and a husband and his wife. The issue lies with the execution. It lies with how is the dialogue written. It is intrinsically complicated by the IP and the genre expectations. If the IP is being purposefully damaged in order to make a point about something, there will be problems. If a genre is being purposefully subverted to such a degree that it is pissing off the people interacting with that genre. Like, imagine if you buy a romance book only to have them tell you at the end that they don't get a happily ever after because no one has a happily ever after in their marriage. We don't need to be told that. We're not here to hear about the reality of being in a long-term relationship. We are just here to see them kiss and make up. Oh, sorry. It's 1 a.m. So let's end it here. Let's say that I think both of these, Baldy and Angeli Katosh, are correct. I just think I wouldn't say the problem is putting in modern issues, because I think many concerns people want to write about are concerns that many people might have. The problem is how they're positioning it and how they're executing it. We are a bunch of Victorian gentlemen. Sorry, was arguing with Sim in Discord. Oh my lord, now I'm afraid to look. What is going on in there? Just the other day, I saved a puppy from a fire while walking an old lady across the street so she can make it to Bible study. Nothing weird over here. Yeah, nothing weird. I want to go back to my tailoring hobby, actually make a Victorian waistcoat or something. You should, Miro. You should. Take one of those weird selfies of where you just show your body in a mirror, but not your head. Escapism escapes. Yeah. Canceling has been around forever too. My aunt would lose jobs when her employers found out about her being into women. Suddenly she's been late to work too much. Someone always has to duck. Yeah. Well, once again, canceling has, or like shutting people out, has always been a problem. And that's never right, whoever it happens to, for sure. Absolutely. I think the issue is that when you have these people coming out and doing it while attempting to maintain this moralistic tone, nobody likes it. We called out Christians for being hypocrites. Now it's time to call out these people for being hypocrites. Turnabout is fair play. I think the big issue about putting modern issues into games is they're presented as the only morally right choice. I definitely think it's about execution, Jonathan. Yeah. It's about execution. For example, today, we might think that absent parents is a problem. Well, guess what? Absent parents is not some new problem that suddenly sprouted up today. Absent parenting has actually been going back a long ways away. It's gone back quite a fair bit. In fact, if you take a look at how certain upper class people raise their children, ever since the 1500s, there have definitely been issues surrounding absent parenting. Not all parents from the early European periods were there for their kids, right? So we can definitely say that this universal issue of absent parents can definitely be a very interesting theme to explore in a game or in a book or in a piece of music or in a piece of art. But the problem is when you ham-fist it in such a way that it's not fun and it's preachy and it transgresses the IP. It transgresses the IP. It fucks with a canonical character. It undercuts a genre expectation. That's where the problem lies. People are tired of finger pointing, finger waving, and finger banging. Stop it. Yeah. Now, of course, it would be nice if we could have some games not celebrate liberal philosophy for a moment, a hot moment. It would be really nice if we could have, you know, more conservative values being represented equally alongside liberal values. But as someone who's used to not seeing her values in culture at all, in a large kind of way, aside from things like Tower of Gabura or Gown of Spanish Lace or whatever it was called, by Jeanette Oak. As someone who's used to not seeing her values being represented by the community at large, I'm now more or less inured to the fact that I will never be represented one way or another. That's just the way it is. So I'm not even advocating for conservatism to return back into entertainment, mainstream entertainment. I'm settling for reasonable liberalism. This is where we're at now. This is why the Overton window has shifted. Because even conservatives are like, oh, fuck. Well, we'll have our little sub niches that we'll enjoy when we want to, but we've lost the mainstream narrative. Ah, well. Right? We'll just enjoy our little niche stuff over here. But for the mainstream stuff, let's all at least keep it within common sense. And then when we start advocating for just the common sense, for just things to be written well, for things to be done well, for pandering to stop, for patronizing stuff to stop, for bad writing to stop, then we get labeled being an istophobe. And it just feels very bad. I don't appreciate that. If I'm critiquing something, you know, it's not because I have some little axe to grind over here. Be like, oh yeah, I need this to be exactly the way I want it to be. No, that's it. In fact, in my opinion, I think they're projecting onto people like me what they would do and what they would feel if the situations were reversed. Because they would absolutely behave in the way that they are accusing us of behaving. And we know this because they go out of their way to harass people who are playing Harry Potter Legacy, even though those people were not bigots, even though those people were not sexist or racists. We know exactly from Dustborn, we know exactly what kind of behavior that they would do if they don't get their way. I'm talking about the crazy, crazy, crazy people here. I'm not talking about normal liberal people here, okay? We're not talking about people in chat. We're talking about the crazy sides. And the reason why they are afraid of the opposition is because they're judging the opposition by how they would behave. And they are indeed right that the far right would behave that way. The far right would. But they're lumping in normal conservatives with the far right because they don't want to cede any ground. So they would rather pretend that reasonable people who are trying to have a reasonable conversation are literally the devil because they don't want to actually have a reasoned debate and be proven wrong. Ben's back. Oh, that's too bad, Ben. We're closing shop soon. Daily Wire could do it. They go full grifter and make nonsense. Worse stuff than Hollywood is doing. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on with Daily Wire. I don't keep tabs on Daily Wire. So nice of you to think I'm normal. Once again, when I'm suggesting that we should maybe return conservative values back into entertainment, I don't want preachy, finger wagging bullshit. I just want like subtle, thoughtful concepts. Yeah. You were trying to listen? That's okay, Ben. You can always rewind the VOD. It's not a big deal. It's all right. So nice of you to think I'm normal. But anyway. Yeah. I think a lot of normal people like this young woman, like Baldy, have a reasonable complaint. These people, this girl and Asmongold are not conservatives, but their interest in fantasy is being slowly eradicated, is being silenced. Yeah. So what time is it? What time is it? I have classes tomorrow night. It's 1:10 p.m. 10 minutes over 1 a.m. Dave Chappelle said something in a skit about that with the opioid crisis. It reminds him of black communities during crack, and it gave him insight on how the white community felt. I like Dave Chappelle. I think David Chappelle is he was interesting. He said some interesting things on his Netflix shows. I found him very bracing, very enjoyable. But let's end it here. First off, I want to say thank you to everyone who spoke up in chat. I want to welcome the new folks in. I want to remind everyone that on Wednesday, I will be playing Dawn Trail. Next Sunday, I will be doing a stream. And then toward the end of this month, I will be traveling. But I will try to do a bit of streaming here and there. But thank you, everyone. Thank you to Wooly for this very stimulating. I'm surprised. I almost got through. There's like 2 minutes left of Asmongold talking. We can ignore him. Okay. I got through. It took me how many hours? 5 hours? That's Wooly for you. But yeah. Good night, Epic, Ben, Wooly, Rakan, Sim, Karn, and Miro, and everyone else who might be lurking. I really appreciate you all. And I appreciate you weighing in and telling me what you guys were thinking. Of course, feel free to go to the specific channels in Discord, and you can always at me and yeah, like my stream. Like my stream. Like the stream. Yeah. What else? You can always at me in the Discord and continue some of this conversation. I will be winding down a little bit tonight and trying to relax. Next week, we will tackle Chris Metzin's World Soul Saga. We'll tackle why some games shouldn't have an easy mode. Wooly told me that this will cause me to maybe spiral. So we will find out if I will not spiral. What did he say? He said something. He said this was going to take forever or something like that. Spicy and will take you 7 hours to stream. Oh boy, chat. So that's something that we can look forward to next week. So yeah. So anyway, thank you for reminding everyone, Ben. So let's end it here on a positive note. Thanking everybody, and I will see everyone around on the Discord, and I'll see everyone on Wednesday if you're in here. Should be done when you're full of vim and vinegar. Oh. Okay. Do you want me to be raging, Wooly? Does Wooly want me to be raging? Now I'm curious. Okay. I'll have to ask you more about that in Discord, Wooly. But anyway, I'll end it here, and I'll see you all. Oh no, alert and focused. I feel like I got a second wind about halfway through here. I feel like I got a second wind in the middle. But yeah, okay. See you all, everyone, and I'll talk to you next time.